Good morning, lads. I am on the right. This is the right time, right? Hi. Hi, lads. Thank you very much. I'm gonna have a... Oh, Christ, that's loud. I had it turned all the way up.
Across the road to measure the chicken's big toe. Haha. Apologies to
Roflcopter.
Gax 2 for borrowing his Roflcopter.
Thank you very much, Rug. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you for 57 months. Thank you for tier 2. That was good. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so we start daylight savings on Sunday. Right. Yeah, so Monday will be an hour earlier. I was worried. I was like, am I early today or am I really late? Yeah, no. But the schedule has changed just a little bit because we finished Broken Sword. So we
How are you today? Bless. Red heart emoji.
Thank you for that diarrhea this morning. So I'm not I'm not like, you know, 100%. I'm turning up today with my regular 50%. Yeah, I bought my regular 50% of energy today. So. Yeah, I know. I don't even know what gave me the shits. I think it was a scone. Do you want to come here, lovey? Do you want to say hello? Come here. No, she doesn't want to say hello. Sorry, guys. Oh, I did watch the Nintendo Direct. Oh, yeah, it's 100% because we've never seen it with more. Yeah, 100% of energy.
I have diorama every morning. Confused face emoji.
Do you incubate it overnight? Oh, no. I'll put a blanket on her in a minute. It's a bit chilly today. Yeah, there was a Nintendo Direct yesterday, though. I watched a bit of it. I didn't watch all of it. I watched up until the Pokemon Z was shown. And then I skipped through to see if there was a new Fire Emblem game and then walked away a little bit disappointed. Am I excited? I kind of like the look of the Pokemon game. I really liked Pokemon X. That was the first and only entire Pokemon game I played all the way through. And I nearly completed my Pokedex for it as well. Lolly!
Good
I
morning.
was thinking about you this morning, not in like a really weird, creepy way, but I was wondering how you were doing. Good morning. Thank you for 22 months. I was genuinely was. How are you doing? How have you been? I don't know. You came into my mind. You predicted yourself. Oh, go on, Paylawzan. What's the advice? Yeah, I didn't expect anything really exciting before the Switch 2 either, Sect. Yeah, I think that a lot of the launch titles will be announced next week, so I'm hoping for a Fire Emblem. Oh, you're pooping. We were just talking about poop. I hope it's fun.
Hello,
and
look at Twitch, now back at me, now back to chat, now back
to me.
Sadly, this mayonnaise is expired, but if you watch my ads, I can afford another bottle. Look down, back up. Where are you? You're on YouTube, where you can subscribe to your favorite streamer. What's in your hand? Back at me. It's the anime figure you've always wanted. Look again, the anime figure is now a mouse that you'll use to click follow on twitch.tv/Captain Badgertail. I'm in Switzerland.
Oh, it's beautiful. It's exactly what you want looking at you while you're pooping, right? I can't poop and watch streamers because I feel like they're I meet their eyes and I feel like they're watching me poop. It feels like I'm pooping in public. So now when I make eye contact with the camera, I feel like I'm making eye contact with you. It helps me loosen. Oh dear. Yeah, it almost looked like Greg existed. That's actually Suze's hand green screened. Oh, listen and be careful what you reply and say to people. Greg, you right? you right. All right. Just hear him choking in the back. Just push harder.
Train.
Thank you, Dom. Thank you very much. Happy Friday, Dom. Happy Friday. Do you think it's easier to poop when someone's looking directly in the eyes? Because it makes you nervous. Can I take a bubble bath and watch streamers? I never know where to put my phone when I'm in the bath. Where do you guys put your phones? I had like a thing that you put across the bath so that your phone could balance on it. But then when it's too high up, I can't see it. Like when I lay into the bath, the tray sits there and I'm, I can't see what's on the tray. So I end up just either holding it and like it's not super comfortable and I'm a little bit worried that I'm going to drop it, or I just listen to music and sit with my, talk to my inner demons. Great conversationalist. Can really change how the game reacts and how good the run will be. Oh, I do like a choices matter. I do, because I like, Oh, do we think we'll be a good person today or will we be a bad person? Cat insists on joining me in the bathroom. We used to have a cat that would lay on you while you were in the bath. So you'd be in the bath. Or he would try and sit on your lap while you were shitting. Yeah. Sounds like a nightmare to try and poop with someone's staring. Yeah, I guess it did. They could give you encouragement. They could remind you not to push. I know I said don't push harder, but don't push or else you get hemorrhoids. Oh, IKEA thing with wheels. Ah. I think, is it like one of these? I mean, you can't really see it. I won't bring it all the way out because it's full of snacks. Yeah, my phone is damp. The touchscreen won't work. Exactly, with the Steam. How are you? Was sat in the bath when I wanted to use the loo. He was waiting for you. He was waiting for you. I always get really offended after I get out from the toilet. Big shit sesh. And Suze immediately sticks her nose up my ass to smell it. And it makes me self-conscious and my ass either smells like shit. I didn't. I didn't get it all. Or, I don't know. It feels like a bit of an invasion of my privacy. I love you. Yeah. Hey, Dan. Got you. Oh, shuffle you closer to me. I love you. You big poo smeller. Oh, just put a magnet next to the toilet. Oh, so if I'm having a really bad diarrhea session, like the diarrhea that makes you cry while you're shitting. That everyone has that, right? I can balance my phone on a towel rail. I can't watch a streamer because they're live, but sometimes I can watch a YouTube video. But it's got to be a certain video where they don't make too much eye contact with the camera. She just wants to make sure I'm healthy. Yeah, apparently dogs do like smelling your breath to see if you're healthy. Hey, Herbal. Morning. Yeah. Yeah, everyone gets shits where they just cry, don't they? Right?
On aboard the happy train.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Yeah, soul cleansing experience. Yeah, it really is. It if you've got any unspent tears, and you just you just need to have a cry. Oh, I do too. I know we've got a friend that really doesn't like dogs, like their wet noses or anything, or their lickies touching them. God, like, Suze has kissed me once on the face, and that was truly the most special day of my life. She gave me a smooch right on my cheek. I haven't been able to forget it. Usually she's very stingy with her smooches. She's, you know, she's a hand, an arm, or a leg kind of lady. Occasionally a foot lady, if you know, if it's in front of her and she just gets in the mood. Yeah. But she's only ever once kissed me on my cheek. I think she was possibly a bit sleepy and a bit confused. I don't know, she's just not a big face person. Yeah, I don't know what it was. She's yeah, she's just not a big face. It took her ages to know that it's okay to like lean her face on my face. So if we're like, she's laying in the bed next to me, it's okay. You know, you can touch my face. I guess it's just like a dog language thing, that not wanting to, I don't know. But now she'll do it. Yeah, now she'll like lean on my head and stuff. So one day I'm gonna get another smooch. Oh, started climbing onto our pillows at night to try and directly lie on your faces. Is that cute? Or does that kind of seem like attempted murder? Is that like super cute? Oh, you want to snuggle with me? Or is it, have I done something wrong and you want to kill me kind of thing? And smother me in my sleep? You can touch my face. Yeah, Suze can touch my face. Hey, Tetsu. It's like a little bit of cute murder, like a grizzly bear. Hey, Logitech. Good morning. All right, let me put Suze's little blankie on, and then we'll get into Lamplight. Maybe I'll put the Lamplight music on. Lamplight is a bit of a weird resolution. So it's a little bit ugly, just by the way. Oh, he's a good girl. I'm confident. I've still got all my notes from the Titanic with me. No. Suze has started waking us up every morning to get on the bed. And she's gotten quite good that when I say no, go away. Like, you know, go away, go back to your own bed, come back later. She does. But then she comes back like half an hour and she goes, is it time for me to get on the bed yet? Can I please let me get on the bed? There she is. Like, please, mother, let me get on the bed. She's so heavy and she's just so large. She's human-sized. And she's so heavy. And there's just not quite enough room for both of us and her on the bed. And yeah. All right. No, not the pixel graphics. You'll see what I mean. Hang on. Let me check it's been captured. There we go. You can also tell when I tab out because the music stops. Still ugly, right? It's a weird resolution. Got black bars on the side of the screen. Yeah. Yeah, you see the ugly? Oh. Okay. Yeah, she loves laying under the covers. I always put a blanket on because it makes her extra snuggly so she sleeps for longer. Or like, you know, she is less likely to get up and be.
Rough night?
Are we starting polite, lads?
Bit too much Bollingworth ale is all. That stuff really creeps up on you.
Do you guys want to be polite or not?
I was long overdue for a quiet night in with Addie.
That's fine. There'll be plenty of other opportunities. Hell, maybe Adelaide can even join us.
I'm gonna write
It's
some
been
stuff
ages
down.
since she last drank me under the table.
I'm afraid she mostly sticks to tea these days.
Miles, what exactly is it we're looking into? I may have dozed off during the briefing.
Honestly, Bill, one of these days Snelling's gonna notice.
No, he won't. Why do you think they put him behind a desk? The man couldn't find his own backside with a pair of pliers.
I just
and a
wrote down that Bill likes
Very funny.
ale, so that
Anyway,
we
it's a
need that.
burglary at the Hambrook Flower Shop.
A burglary, eh? How dull. At least we'll have enough time to get a drink afterwards.
You seem awfully certain of that.
I am. In fact,
think
I'd bet
Bill
the
has a
devil
bit of
my
a-
hat that we're done within the hour.
Bit of a problem with
Well,
alcohol.
the devil's gonna be disappointed that his winnings are so meager.
Oh, I like the awkward silence.
Ah, we've arrived. After you, Bill.
Oh, he's on the bed before you. You also have to check the blanket to see if he hasn't hidden a piece of pizza crust. How many times have you slept with pizza crust before you knew to check?
Thank you. Keep the change.
1844, I think it said. Oh, look, a Zeppelin. We do like a Zeppelin here.
And so, our night of excitement begins.
You more than anyone else should know that there's rarely
I
a
wish they
dull
could
night
bring back
coming.
Zeppelins.
I have a feeling tonight will be the exception. Until we get to the pub, that is.
Keep your mind on the case, Bill.
Yeah, they're
Now let's
great.
get a move on.
Okay, left click to interact with objects. The mouse cursor is context sensitive. Oh, I see, okay. Left click.
Looks like they've had some trouble with vandalism.
Pretty much every business in this part of town has. Fordham, what are you doing?
I was gonna check inside this trash can for clues.
Miles, in
For
the 15
trash.
years we've been partners, how many times have you found something inside a trash can that wasn't garbage?
I found you
Fair
in a
point.
trash can, so.
No point wasting time searching through a dirty
Oh,
old
come
trash can.
on.
You finally learned. I'm so proud.
Yeah, the reflections in the puzzle.
Glad this thing is lit.
Puzzles?
This
Puddles,
isn't
sorry.
really the type of place I'd prefer to be at this time of night.
You
Don't
like the
worry,
audio a
Miles.
little bit louder.
I got your back.
Right. Hang on, let me go into my face just so I can check to see whether the game is going to be fussy or not. Just all of it up, I guess. No, I think it's going to be fine about me fiddling about. There you go. What are we going to save this under? Start of the game.
Certainly
Okay.
looks cozy in there.
Plants have a nice way of doing that.
Do you like that? I turned up the voice volume.
Reminds me, I should pick up a bouquet for Addie when we're done here.
Seems like you've been spending more time with me than with her lately. I sure hope she's not the jealous type.
Bill, could I have a word?
What's on your mind, Fordham?
Oh, wow.
A burglary at a flower shop. Not the most thrilling case we've had, is it?
If I didn't know any better, I'd say Snelling's been giving us the boring cases lately on purpose.
Why would he do something like that?
He's eyeing a promotion to chief of police. He'd sell his own mother's cane if he thought it would help. Plus, there's no secret he doesn't like us.
I can't understand why. I've shown him nothing but respect.
It's because you're too good at what you do. And because you're friends with me.
What's that got to do with anything?
Not everyone is as open-minded as you, Miles. Let's just leave it at that.
I just wrote down that Snelling wants to be the chief of police.
You ever miss living out here, Bill?
About as much as you missed
Oh,
stepping in that
Pixels,
pile of
no.
horse shit last week.
Could you
I was
just turn your
distracted
camera
by
off
the
and your
story you were
microphone
telling me
off?
about your sister. How's she doing out west, anyway?
Well, she's not in the chum, so fantastic.
I saw someone say, was it
Living here
Rose?
was about as fun
something?
as wearing a vest made of meat to a dogfight. I'm glad we both managed to get out. Oh, and by the way, Miles, you didn't do such a great job of cleaning your shoes.
That would explain all the funny looks I've been getting. Still feeling rough, Bill?
Yes, but I'll feel better once this case
Rose
is finished
water.
and we can go down to the Angel for a
Is it a
pint or
direct
four.
Hair of the dog?
No better medicine.
sequel? Oh, it's a cowboy one.
When's the last time you took any time off?
That's a good question.
Yeah, I don't like
What year
cowboys.
is this
I don't
again?
love cowboy
I think we've
games.
both been working a bit too
And not-
much lately.
cowboys aren't my
Addie's been
favorite.
wanting to go visit her mother in Dixie. Maybe we can all go.
That sounds nice, but
Genre?
I wouldn't want to
Cowboy
be a
genre?
third wheel on a visit to your in-laws. Unless Would Adelaide's brother be there by any chance?
You're incorrigible,
Oh.
It's one of my finer qualities.
Got any opinions on the upcoming election?
I'll just be glad when it's all over. Seems like the last few months have been nothing
So
but
there's an
people giving
upcoming
opinions
election.
and telling me what to do without a moment's peace.
I know what you mean. I already saw some kids putting up Atwood posters down my street.
I already drew mustaches in all the ones on my street.
I'll be
Handlebar?
extra expressive.
Yeah, you know me too well.
I always thought of Atwood as more of a Van Dyke type of man myself.
I can see that. Yeah. Well, there's something to do tomorrow.
You enjoying this weather?
Why
It's a
do
nice
I
evening for
keep
it, not too
telling
hot.
him?
I find a bit of fresh air always helps clear out the mental cobwebs.
It's just too bad the air in the chum is about as fresh as a week-old corpse. At any rate, it'll be winter before you know it. The whole city will be shut
Hey, Jin.
down, and we'll
Hey,
be
howdy,
digging bodies
yo.
out from under the snowbanks.
Hi.
Always something to look forward to.
Yeah, I don't know. I find the Wild West a little bit miserable. I like the cowboy aesthetic. The hats are cute and the boots are cute. Like from a purely aesthetics, really shallow. You know, I like horses as well. So really, you'd think that I would be. I like cows too. Yeah, and you know, it's ticking all the boxes. I just find the Wild West really miserable because everybody's like dying of typhoid and stuff. It's just, I don't know. Yeah, I do. I like beans as well. Oh, Weird West stuff like magic in the Old West. Oh. Is that what you were watching before you tuned into this one? Is that your usual toilet video? No, Britain doesn't have cowboys, so I guess it's more of a, you know, it's a different culture, right? Mince my meat, whip my cream. Yeah, I just
Ferry ride over was
it's just a bit
surprisingly uneventful,
sad.
don't you think?
I know. It doesn't really feel like a visit to the chum without seeing at least one fist fight. Oh well, there's always the ride back.
Let's get back to it.
All right.
Thank you. Yeah, in the Mince My Meat and Whip My Cream is from Day of the Tentacle with Christopher Lloyd.
Come on, Bill.
Yeah, everyone in the 1800s was really quite sick.
Charming little place, isn't it?
Charming, but empty. I
Toonstruck
need to find the owner.
Always so to the point for
with
him.
Christopher Lloyd.
If ever there was a better time to stop and smell the flowers.
I think I'll leave that to you, Bill.
With my allergies? Hardly.
No, I mean Day of the Tentacle. God. Don't you remember Christopher Lloyd in Day of the Tentacle?
Plants hanging on hooks. A nice space-saving method.
I'd probably bang my head against them constantly if I had them in my apartment.
These prices are pretty reasonable. The place I go in Worcester's clearly robbing me blind.
If you think those are bad, don't go near the flower shops in Lyon.
These seem to be part of the watering system for the flowers.
I haven't seen old piping like this in a while. Seems like someone's reluctant to upgrade.
Okay, so they're cheap.
This is
So
quite
there's
the
been a
selection.
burglary.
Come over here and take a whiff, Bill.
Sure, if you don't mind me getting snot all over your coat.
Oh, no, not the Myers case all over again. On second thought, you can just stay over there.
Half price.
Not too many left. Seems business isn't so bad around here.
Well, you know what they say. There are only 3 certainties in life. Death, taxes, and people taking advantage of sales.
Okay.
Mostly
look
a
at the
bunch of
shelf.
fertilizer and growth tonics.
I don't
Growth
see
tonics,
anything that's
eh?
been.
Plant, growth tonics, Bill.
Of course. I knew that.
The staircase isn't very well lit.
I'll go first. That way you can catch me if I fall.
We should probably ask for permission before heading up there.
I mean, I guess flower shops might not have as good security as other shops. Oh, I haven't looked at the price list.
These prices are pretty reasonable. The place I go in Worcester's clearly.
If you...
Oh, I have. But then, you know, flowers aren't worth a lot. They die quite quickly. It would be quite hard to sell them on.
Be right there.
Hey,
Hello,
Overraid.
gentlemen. I must say you caught me by surprise. I was preparing to close soon. May I help you find anything? The
She doesn't
flowers in
seem-
the center display are half price this week, and I have a special on
Like she cares that she's been
chrysanthemums today.
burgled.
Or perhaps a custom bouquet for the special ladies in your lives.
I have no need myself, but maybe Adelaide would appreciate a little something. Eh, Miles? Those peonies in the corner look nice.
I know
I'm
my
afraid
face
we're
is
not
kind
here
of
as
covering
customers
her.
tonight, ma'am. We'd like to have a word with the proprietor. Is he in?
I see. I'm Cecilia Handbook, and this is my shop. What can I do for you, gentlemen?
I'm Detective Miles Fordham, and this
Quite
is my
like a
partner William
peony.
Legere. We received a report of a burglary at your store.
A report? From whom? I never contacted the police before, and I didn't this time either.
So
It was
it's
made
happened
anonymously.
before.
But are you saying this isn't the first time it's happened?
Correct. It's happened 3 times. But considering the police hardly care about the daily muggings and vandalisms around here, I didn't think they would be interested in something so trivial.
Well, we're here now, and we'll do all we can to help you.
Cows
I'll
can
have to
live
see
40
about that.
years?
If you wouldn't mind, Mrs. Handbrook, I'd like to ask you a few questions.
Very well, Detective.
Really? Wow. That's a lot older than I would have expected. 40 years? I would have thought it would have been similar to horses, which is what, 25-ish? Hey, McFluffy! Good morning.
Could you give me the details concerning the burglaries?
About 3 weeks ago on Monday, I noticed that
3
my
weeks
order
ago on
of
Monday.
Easter lilies was missing. At first, I thought nothing of it. Sometimes certain types of flowers are unavailable or arrive in poor condition. These things happen. Then 2 weeks ago on Wednesday, it happened again. But this time, I noticed something rather odd.
Go
Mhm.
on.
When I opened the shop, there were 6 crowns and 10 shillings on the counter.
Okay.
That's exactly the cost of 2 orders
So
of lilies.
someone paid for them.
Last Friday, it happened yet again. The lilies were missing, and there was payment for 1 order on the counter.
I mean, it doesn't
believe
sound
that
like a
someone
burglary,
has
does
been
it?
breaking into my shop after hours, taking the lilies, and leaving money behind.
How
Okay.
unusual.
Is that a problem? Do we... Yeah, they're paying, so it's not really thieving. It's more of a breaking and entering problem.
Have you noticed any suspicious characters lurking around?
Detective Fordham, this is Chumley. You can't throw a stone without hitting a suspicious character. And if you've noticed my window, you'd be aware that stones get thrown around quite a bit in this neighborhood. If you're looking for trouble, you're far more likely to find it out there than in here.
I meant if you'd seen anyone out of the ordinary near your shop.
Only the 2 men from the police who entered it tonight. That is most
I just wonder
definite out
who...
of the ordinary.
Okay, but how about we theorize this? What if someone's stealing the lilies and this person paying for it aren't the same person? Someone's stealing the lilies. The second person witnesses them stealing the lilies. They then come in and pay for the lilies that other person stole, and now they've reported the thefts to the police. Could be a family member, like, okay, your mum witnesses you stealing some lilies. She goes in and pays because she feels bad because, you know, her child is a thief. And then she gets so tired of you stealing shit that she reports you to the police. I just want to shop in a quiet shop, like out of hours.
Have you found any evidence of a break-in?
I do
No,
like
the front
cows. They're
door
very
is
cute.
Always locked. My assistant Trevor and I are the only ones.
They're very
with the key.
cute, very
Are there any other
curious.
points of access to the building?
The upstairs windows, I suppose, but I make sure to
As
keep
long as they're
them
not
locked,
angry,
and
they're
neither of
very
them have been
nice.
broken.
Would you allow us to have a look upstairs?
Is that really necessary? I was just about to close up the shop.
Yeah, Mum,
won't
just
take
let
but
me
a moment.
steal.
Fine, I suppose you may, but please, don't dally too long.
Okay.
So this burglar has been paying for the stolen goods?
That would appear to be the case, yes. I really don't think this could even be considered a crime. That's one of the reasons I didn't bother reporting it to the police.
And the other reasons?
Oh, I think I've already made those quite clear, Detective.
That she doesn't like us.
You mentioned your assistant has the other shop key. What can you tell me about him?
His name is Trevor Hastings, and he has been working for me for the past 10 years.
Do you trust him?
Implicitly. I've known him for ages, and he has been my full-time assistant since shortly after my husband
But do we
died.
trust him?
You're not suggesting he had anything to do with this, are you?
Wow.
Not at all.
You could have
I
killed
would
your
like to
husband
speak
as
with him.
well.
Where might I find him?
It's Friday, so he should be on his way back from the docks right now. He'll be
Okay.
bringing my flower order within the hour.
Good. We'll
So
meet him
he
here, then.
brings in
if
the
that's
flower
all right with you.
order.
I suppose
But then goes
I don't really
missing.
have much of a choice, do I?
I might write that down. Assistant brings the flower orders. Because what if it's the assistant stealing? I'm also a bit suspicious about them being Easter lilies. Because lilies are usually used at funerals. I don't know what the significance of Easter lilies are. They're famous for their moon logic. But then this is a newer point and click, so would they be using moon
Have
logic?
you been in business long?
Yes, I opened this shop 30 years ago, along with my late husband, David.
What if David's
For the
not
past
dead?
10 years, I've been running things on my own.
What if it's David?
Don't you feel unsafe being here by yourself so late into the night?
Detective, when you've lived in this part of town as long as I have,
Right.
it takes
Dead
quite a lot
husband.
to scare you.
I think that's all the information I need for now.
All right, Detective.
David. Open shop. I might not need to be writing stuff down. It might not be. I want to have a look at my case book and see whether they write it down for me. The Handbrick Flower Shop has been burglarized. Will the burglar return, or is this investigation just a formality? Find a point of entry upstairs and wait for Trevor Hastings and speak to him. Okay. No suspects so far. No clues. Documents, none. No current case. Okay. Yeah, you know what? It does remind me of Gabriel Knight a bit.
Interesting choice of decor in here.
Perhaps it wasn't always
It
used
looks
as
okay.
a storeroom, although I can understand why it would have been converted.
Yeah, it is rather drafty in here.
Nice view, though. Should we talk to Bill?
Bill?
What's going on, Miles?
I've heard of honor among thieves, but have you ever known a thief to pay for stolen goods?
Perhaps conducting normal business is just too boring for him. Do you think he might be doing it for the thrill?
There could be any number of reasons. The best way to find out is to catch the culprit and ask him ourselves.
I'm just going to look up Easter lilies and see what they are. I want to know what kind of flower they are. What do they mean, I guess? Da, 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 da. Okay, from the Easter Bunny. That's interesting. It usually fills churches and homes come Easter. Long ago, pagans connected the plant with motherhood and fertility. It's one of the reasons why we give them as gifts to our mums. A Greek myth which tells the tale of lilies blossoming from the milk of Hera, wife of Zeus. In Roman mythology, Venus, the god of love, was so envious of the lily's beauty and purity that she caused a giant pistil to sprout from its center. Cultures across the world still see lilies as a symbol of virtue, hope, grace, and innocence. Commercial bulb production of Easter lilies only began in the 19th century. References for them in the Bible. Easter lilies came to symbolize Christ because they embody purity. I was kind of hoping they might have something to do with like death, because if her husband's dead, my little, I don't know, maybe there's a theory that maybe her husband isn't dead but is getting Easter lilies. Maybe her husband's murderer is stealing these lilies. Because lilies are funeral flowers as well, but I don't know whether you would use Easter lilies at a funeral.
What's your impression of dear old Mrs. Hanbrook?
I like her. Good old-fashioned, tough-as-nails Chumley woman.
A
Reminds me of my mother.
murder.
Miller was never quite so stubborn. Why do you suppose she's so reluctant to accept our help?
It's a chum thing, Miles. You wouldn't understand.
Let's get
Okay.
back to it.
All right.
Let's have a look.
I would imagine that keeping a
I've
consistent
recognized this
temperature in
guy's
here is
voice
important
actor
for the
as well.
flowers.
When do you suppose this contraption
This
was last
one.
serviced?
Hard to say. Definitely not recently, if the dust buildup is any indication.
Okay.
A pastoral landscape. Definitely nowhere near here.
I've never much understood art. But
So
it'd
it
be nice to see
seems
a place
like
like that in person.
they are, well, what we thought the lady was quite cheap, didn't we? Because she hasn't serviced her boiler heater.
A rather distinguished looking gentleman.
Reminds me of Captain Snelling, if he ever smiled.
A young lady. Perhaps a relation of Mrs. Hanbrook?
Maybe
I can
is
see the
Mrs.
resemblance.
Hanbrook?
Sort of.
Seems to be the broken pot storage area.
Why not just throw them away, I wonder?
It's likely they're going to be repaired.
Mm,
I noticed some faint cracks in some of the pots downstairs.
what's
I've
that?
seen this type of device before. It's a special container for growing plants. Specific temperature and water conditions can be adjusted. Seems to be empty right now, though. And judging by the dust, it hasn't been used in a long time, if ever.
It seems Mrs. Hanbrook isn't too fond of steam tech, or just doesn't understand it.
Maybe it was something her husband was into.
Unmarked. But if the smell is anything to go by, this is where the flowers are stored.
Oh,
and
it's in the
delivered.
same
I'll
universe.
keep my distance then.
I was wondering if it was like a direct sequel or not. It's fun. See, it's fortuitous that we're playing it today.
The window latch. Securely locked.
Oh, but what's this?
Interesting. There's a gap between the window and the frame here. No wonder it's so drafty in this room.
That you could probably
Hmm.
unlatch the
Wonder.
window.
What are you thinking, Fordham?
That it's time for an experiment. I'm going to need a tool, however. Something long and thin should do the trick.
Shouldn't be too hard to find something like that around here.
Okay. Yeah, because you could put it in.
This provides a means of escape from the
Unlatch
top
it.
floor, or access to this window from the ground.
Let's check out this
I
window
don't
just
think
briefly.
this window would serve as a viable means of entry.
It's a nice view, though. You can hardly see the vomit and
Hey,
manure piles
Frankie.
on the street from up here.
Oh my god. I like how I say I don't like the Wild West because it's a bit too miserable. But I'm quite enjoying this
Fascinating
with the
device,
manure and the
although It
vomit.
has nothing to do with the burglaries.
Okay. Something long and thin. Should we go downstairs? I was thinking of some floristry
I have a
wire.
few more questions for you, Mrs. Hanbrook.
Very well, Detective. If it will help you conclude your investigation faster.
Mrs. Hanbrook, were you aware that there's a gap in the frame of the small upstairs window?
Is there? I only go up there to check that the window is locked. I've never noticed a gap. Are you suggesting that's how the burglar is entering the store?
It's a distinct possibility.
It seems like an
I have
inside
yet to
job,
figure out
though.
exactly how.
Well, I trust you'll come to a
Because the only
satisfactory
people that would
conclusion,
know
Detective.
that there's a gap
I
in the
think that's all the
window would be
information I
people
need
that
for now.
have
All right, Detective.
reason to come in to the, like, you wouldn't be going up random fire escapes to see whether they've got a gap in their window so that you could break in. So it would be somebody who had a reason to come into the store and go up the stairs, notice that there's that gap, and then use it as a
Boston thought
means to
Aha!
break in.
This hook is exactly what I need. Mrs. Hanbrook, may I borrow this hook for a few minutes? It's crucial to our investigation.
Is that so?
Yes, I promise I'll put it back as soon as I'm done.
Please do,
Or they
Detective.
made the gap with the chisel. Yeah. Yeah, perhaps they did make it. It doesn't look super cleanly done, but yeah, we wouldn't know if this was an old gap or a new gap.
Good. Bill, it's time for our experiment.
And what is this experiment going to be exactly?
I'm gonna go
Simple.
outside.
I'm going to see if this hook can get me inside the shop. Rather dark out here.
Watch your step, then. This experiment of yours isn't worth a broken neck.
I'll be fine. Now then, could you please close and lock the window, Bill?
There we go. Oh Christ, I'm controlling this. All right. There we go. I was like, why isn't it moving?
Well, I'd say this is fairly incontrovertible proof that the building can easily be broken into without arousing suspicion.
Where'd you learn how to do that, anyway?
You taught me, remember?
Nah. Are you sure it was me?
Positive. We were a few pints in at the Angel about 5 years ago, and you decided I should learn how to pick locks.
What else have
Yeah,
I
it's
taught
pretty
you how to
cool,
do
isn't
while
it,
drunk?
JC?
That would be telling.
I really like the ambiance. And the music's quite nice as well.
Ah, Trevor.
Okay, so Trevor's
Cecilia.
significantly older
got
than
the
I
order
thought he
ready
was
to
going to
bring in.
be.
Trevor, these are Detectives Fordham and Leger. They say there's been a report about the burglaries, and they're here investigating.
I only did it because I think it's been going on too long.
Okay.
As much as you want to,
He
we
reported
can't handle
it.
this ourselves.
We can discuss the matter later. In the meantime, the detective would like a word with you.
I'll be needing to bring in the flowers first, if that's all right. Otherwise, some hooligan's likely to run off with them.
My partner will keep an eye on your flowers. Bill, would you mind?
Ah, the glamour of police work.
I wonder if I can go out and have a look at the flowers before I speak to him.
Now, Mr. Hastings, if I could ask you a few questions.
Go on, then.
No. Okay.
What can you tell me about the
Yeah, I
recent
was expecting
burglaries?
him to be
I wish
like
Cecilia
a
had contacted you a lot sooner.
20,
She's a damn
30-year-old.
fine woman, but sometimes I think she'd rather jump in a rose bush than ask for help. Had to take matters into my own hands. This needs taken care of, and we can't do it on our own, as much as Cecilia would like to.
But
Anyhow,
why are they making such a
alls I
fuss
know
out of this?
is
It doesn't
someone's been
seem...
making off with some flowers and leaving money behind. No idea who it could be, how they're getting in. or
Not that
why
I
they
don't think
bother
it should be made a
paying.
fuss of
In
it,
my
but...
day, if you robbed a place, you did it the right way. It's a sad state of affairs
Is that
when
what
even
we've got a
burglars
problem
don't
with?
do their jobs
Oh
correctly.
my god.
Do you
Okay.
have much experience with burglary, Mr. Hastings?
Now, I never said that, detective.
Oh.
Have you noticed anyone or anything suspicious around here recently?
Nothing but the usual roughnecks, ragamuffins, and drunkards. Like I said, it's a real mystery.
Yeah, there just seems to be something strange about why they're like... He's like, it's bigger than us. It's something we can't deal with. And it, you know, yeah, it's pretty shitty, but I just... It doesn't seem like it's any more than a burglar who's leaving money because he feels bad, which makes me think that there is something else behind it.
Could you walk me through the process of your deliveries?
Of course, there's no great science to it. On Monday, Wednesday, and Friday afternoons,
Monday, Wednesday, and
Cecilia
Friday.
gives me her list of flowers to pick up from the wholesalers. I head over to Gas Cone around sunset when they get their shipment, and I give them her order. They load up the crate, I pay for it, and then I lug it back here.
Okay.
How long does that take?
Between moving the crate and getting it across the river on the ferry, a couple of hours. Usually the store's closed by then, so I use my key to get in and leave the crate inside for Cecilia to open in the morning. That's all there is to it. Told you it wasn't very complicated.
Do you ever leave the crate unattended during that time?
No,
What
sir.
if
Never
someone's
more than a
coming
minute.
in
I may
the
be old,
crate?
but I got good eyes. I'd see if there were anything amiss. Besides that, I check to make sure the crate is still sealed when I drop it off.
Okay.
I'm not about to let Cecilia down by being careless.
So the crate is still sealed.
How long have you been working for Mrs. Hanbrook?
Been about 10 years now, I reckon.
Okay,
I used
so
to help
her
with deliveries
husband's-
now and then when it was her and David, her husband. But after he passed, she offered to make me her assistant. Unfortunate way to get it, but I needed the work. Used to be I had a job at one of the airship yards, but they let me go after I was injured by one of those newfangled steam machines. So the offer came at a good time.
Injured by
Besides
a
that,
steam
Cecilia
machine.
needed looking after, even though she'd never admit it. If I'm being honest, we're both getting a bit long in the tooth. Not sure how much longer we'll be keeping this up, but as long as I'm upright and breathing, I'll be bringing these crates along, even if it is murder on my back.
I admire your work ethic.
I've got a job to do. Not enough people these days seem to respect that.
Thanks for your time, Mr. Hastings.
You're
I'll let
looking
you
for a
get back to work.
crate-sized
Appreciate
burglar.
it, detective.
It's just the way he said lugged. I
If
really
you
want
don't
to.
mind, Detective, I still need to check the crate before I
Like,
bring
why
it
is
in.
he?
Of course. Thank you again for your help.
He seems to be rabid about checking the crate. I want to check the crate.
Learn anything?
Possibly. I may have an idea.
Do you?
Ah,
I
a little
don't.
cryptic. That's always a
Bloody
good
hell.
sign. But if you've got a plan, let's talk about it.
Can I go outside and have a look?
Tonight's shipment of flowers. Still sealed by the looks of it.
Because there's
Question
those
is,
there are those
how
crates
long?
upstairs
Fine job you're doing. Keep up the good
that
work.
looks just
Thank
like
you,
those
Detective.
crates.
Now, please, let me do my job in peace.
Tonight's shipment
Looks
of
about the
flowers.
same size.
Still sealed by the looks of it.
Question is,
Why don't we do like a stakeout or something?
I'll let you know if I have any more questions.
I am.
Got a minute, Bill?
for you, Miles, I've got 5.
Just 5.
Any thoughts on Mrs. Hanbrook's assistant, Trevor?
Yes, I feel sorry for him.
Why? He seems to enjoy his work.
No, it's not that. He's obviously smitten with Mrs. Hanbrook, but she won't give him the time of day.
What? You only
It
saw
sounds
him
like
for
a
few
him problem,
moments.
though.
How in the ether did you get that impression?
The way he looked at her, the way he spoke when he confessed to contacting the police. Shall I go on?
No, that's fine. I see what you mean.
Really, Miles? You'd be surprised what you can learn from people if you just look at them.
Why bother doing that when I've got you to do it for me? Right. Based on what we've been told in our experiment, I can only conclude that our burglar is using the upstairs window to get into the shop.
So, what do you propose we do about it?
It's happened repeatedly over the past 3 weeks, on one of the delivery nights. Since it has yet to occur this week, and today is Friday, logic dictates it should be tonight.
So we settle in and wait to see if the burglar returns? Catch him in the act?
Exactly. It's our best chance of solving this before the trail goes cold.
I
I
wouldn't
was
want
really
to
looking
tell
forward to getting that
Trevor
drink at the Angel tonight,
and
too.
Mrs. Handbrook.
I know, but it's as you said yourself. There'll be plenty of other opportunities. Besides, forbearance is good for the soul.
Spoken like someone who truly has no idea how to have any fun.
I'm sure I'll get the hang of it one of these days.
Because I'm
especially with your
suspicious of
expert
both of
tutelage.
them.
Okay, let's go have a chat with Mrs. Hanbrook. I'm
How
sure
about-
she'll be delighted to know we're spending
Okay.
the night.
What if Mr. Handbrook faked his own death for the
Damn,
insurance
Forgot
money?
to bring my deck of cards again.
At least it's quiet up here. I'm surprised we didn't go deaf after the last time we did
And that's
this.
why Mrs.
What?
Handbrook
I said-
won't
Oh, right.
date
Your sense of
Trevor
humor
because her
remains on
husband's
point.
still alive.
Miles, have you ever considered leaving all this behind?
What, you mean quitting the force?
The force, the city, going off and seeing what else is out there, you know?
I'd miss it too much. Wouldn't you?
I was thinking I might visit Harley out west. She makes it sound like a dream in her letters. Wide open spaces, fresh air. I know I'm a city boy and would probably miss New
Is this
Britannia's
supposed to be
filth
New
and
York?
squalor after a week.
Lois!
but
You should do it. Change of scenery never hurt anyone.
46
Plus, it's much
months.
easier for you
Lost,
than it
thank
is
you
for
very
me.
much.
I've got a family to
Bill
consider,
at
after all.
46.
Right.
Good morning.
Oh, no, I didn't mean it like that, Bill. It's just...
Shh. I think I heard something. Oh no!
Bill?
Oh, by God, Bill!
Police!
Damn it!
Sake!
He's got up the fire escape. We can corner him on the roof. Stay close and keep me covered.
Do I not want to pick up that hat? No? Okay. Oh, for
Bill!
fuck's sake,
Stay back,
Bill.
officer. Got a knife. Ready your pistol for him.
But you're too close!
I trust you, Miles. Your pistol, now! There's really no need for this, officer. I respect your desire to uphold justice. Mine is more important. If you let me go, I won't come back. And we can all forget this ever happened. Don't listen to this lunatic, Miles. Take your shot before things get worse.
Oh! Reason.
Look, we've caught you red-handed. Put down the knife, let my partner go, and give yourself up.
No! I'm not going to jail.
This seems like such a small crime.
Yes, I do. If
To
you
murder someone
cooperate, I'll
over.
see if I can get the judge to ease your sentence.
I appreciate your tactics, Fordham, but this really isn't the time.
Come on, all you've really done is taken some flowers. You're not a killer. Don't make things worse for yourself.
You don't know anything about me. But one thing's for sure.
I'm panicking,
I'm
lads.
not going to jail. So let me go free, or else your partner is going over the side. Fordham, this madman clearly can't be reasoned with. Take your shot, now!
Do I shoot him, guys, or not? I don't know!
No!
No!
Bill! Oh, God! I'm so sorry, my friend.
Did I shoot
I'm
Bill?
so sorry.
Oh my god. You guys told me to shoot him! I got peer pressured.
Rough night?
Overdid it on soporific. Why do I feel like I've had this conversation
Orion
before?
was so
I'm just glad
bad.
you're in the mood to converse again. Seriously,
Oh my god,
you
is he
took
in
so
our
much of
mind
that
now?
snake
Like,
oil last night, I was starting to
Watson?
think you wanted me quiet for good.
Yeah, I guess he, like, yeah. I think no matter what we'd done, he would have died. Like, if we'd said, let him go, I think we totally did the right thing, because if we had let the burglar go and Bill had, like, wrestled with him and then the burglar had thrown him off the side of the building, we would have then regretted that we didn't listen to Bill. We would have regretted that we didn't do like Bill's last wish, which was to try and take a shot at the burglar. Whereas now we've taken a shot, and unfortunately, Bill, died. But we did what Bill wanted, right? So I think we can't feel guilty. Like, this is really Bill's fault. Whereas this is Bill's fault. Yeah. That's what I'm... It's not our fault at all. It's Bill's fault. Okay? Yeah, I'm sure the courts will accept my peer pressure defense. Will they accept it was all Bill's fault? Yeah, Bill sneezed as well. Like, Bill sneezed, he left his hat, and then he let himself get captured? Like, come on, Bill. God. Yeah.
It's no personal slight. I just need some quiet time, or I'll go insane.
I get it. We all need our space. I know it's not easy, but there's really no need.
Not easy. Bill, I've been hearing your voice since you died. You don't shut up unless I take that accursed medicine. I'd say that qualifies as a bit more than not easy.
Yeah, well, how do you think I feel? You think I enjoy being trapped here, listening to you whine about how hard your life's become? You at least still have yours.
I'm losing my grip on reality, and it's all because of you.
Believe me, I know. It's not a pretty situation. But the bottom fact is...
Do we think this
you're
is real
stuck with
Bill?
me.
Like,
So
supernatural
you can either keep living
Bill?
this way and ruin your
Or
life even
are we
more
just
than you already
crazy?
have, or you can do as I've told you and try to figure out a way to let me move on.
Right. For the 1,000th time, you want me to find the burglar from the flower shop.
Yes, exactly.
I still don't
Do you
get
think
how
it's
that's going to help.
supernatural Bill?
I can
Okay.
understand your confusion, considering it was you who killed me.
No,
The
you
point
killed
remains.
yourself,
You wouldn't
Bill.
have been in that situation in the first place if not for him.
I wouldn't have been
Once
in that
the criminal
situation in
has
the
been
first
caught
place if
and
it
is in
wasn't for you,
custody,
Bill.
We'll both get what we want.
It doesn't matter. No, of course I didn't. It was Bill's fault. Bill murdered himself, alright?
Justice?
More than that, you'll have that elusive thing you always wanted to give others. Closure.
You do realize the trail's pretty much frozen at this point. Our man has seemingly vanished into the ether.
That's no excuse not to keep trying. I know the cases Upton's been giving you these past few months haven't been the most thrilling, but they've at least kept you active. So just keep at it. Something has to turn up eventually. Unless, of course,
Yeah.
you want to wind up in Riverview Asylum.
Bill was the one that
If
sneezed.
that happens,
And
I'm
he was the one that
really
got
not going
caught.
to keep quiet.
Fine.
And he was the one
Good
that told
man.
us to
Now,
take the
I
shot.
suggest you stop talking to thin air, or Adelaide's going to start wondering if you've gone mental. Or just maybe she'll stop wondering.
Very funny.
Okay, let's save.
That's a fun little apparatus Adelaide got you. Very
Oh,
soothing.
so
Watching
now
it spin
Bill is the
long
one that
enough puts
talks
me
to
right
us.
to sleep.
I'd say that's really more the soporifics doing.
What's a soporific? Is that
When
a
you say it's
drug?
time for a change of clothes, Miles, you've been wearing that coat for who knows how long.
So, Addie gave it to me. Besides, it gives me character.
Right.
We even
Brooding
sleep in it.
detective in a long black coat. That's never been seen before.
What are you
Yeah,
talking about,
gotta
Bill?
take 99%
Never
of the
mind.
blame. Exactly. Exactly, and we only pulled the trigger because he peer pressured us into it. It's okay, a sleeping drug.
Pretty, but I'm glad I don't have a sense of smell anymore. Adelaide's
Do you think
last
Bill wants his
performance.
poop?
She could really bring the
Bet he
house
does.
down.
I voted for no, of course not.
Don't worry, Miles. I don't watch when you and Adelaide are having your private time.
It would be nice if you didn't spend the whole time humming.
I thought you appreciated some romantic music. I always liked that self-portrait of Adelaide's mother, even if the eyes do always follow you around the room.
I don't think I would want a picture of my mother-in-law in my bedroom. You know, it's bad enough having Bill in our head. While clearly we're having, we're having some alone time with our wife.
Cozy little winter getaway.
But we've also got a
That would
picture
be
of her mother
welcome
on the
change
wall,
from the winters in this city.
whose eyes look at you. Yeah, like staring down at you.
Miles, care to explain what you're
I
doing?
don't know, I'm just looking
checking
at
to make
everything.
sure everything that needs to be in here still is.
Right. If you start taking that stuff during the day, you're
Oh.
really going to have problems.
Soporific.
Adelaide's mother certainly enjoyed pressing flowers. Do you suppose she does more of it now that she's retired? It's admirable just how organized Adelaide is. Maybe someday the same can be said about you. Ha, that poster brings back some memories. That's from around the time you two met, isn't it?
Yes, back when Addie was singing at the Angel.
Okay, so she's like a performer, singer. Yes. Painting, doorway, nightstand, bed, chair.
I'm certain a permanent indentation in the shape of your rear is starting to form on that thing.
All right, let's go out.
Well,
Hello.
look who's awake. Ready to rejoin the living?
Very much so.
You were talking in your sleep again.
Did I say anything interesting?
Do you ever?
You have to admit, she's got you there.
How are you feeling?
A touch groggy. I think I took a bit too much of the soporific last night.
That's what I thought. When you went for your after-lunch
like
nap,
her.
you'd barely gotten breakfast down. I saved you some bread and cheese if you're hungry.
Thank you, but I haven't got much of an appetite.
Better.
You really should regulate your
Cheese, grommet.
doses more carefully, love. I'm sure dull senses and an empty
I don't
stomach aren't
know
much
how
help
long
to
it
your
is
work.
after his death.
By the
3
way,
months.
a message arrived via courier for you this morning.
Thank you.
I put it on the table along with
Didn't
today's
go inside
newspaper.
my mind either.
Thank you, dear.
It might do you some good to look in the mirror a bit more often.
No, I keep breaking them.
I always liked that painting. It's impossible to see that kind of scenery here in the city. How are your parents doing these days? It's been ages since you wrote them. I can see why Adelaide calls that plant Miles Jr.
Oh my god.
It's a spitting image.
It's supposed to look like me.
Didn't I give you two that clock as a wedding present? Too bad it stopped working. You remember how much time Adelaide had to spend convincing you to sit for this? At least these days, with ferrotype tech advancing the way it is, these portraits can be done in just a matter of minutes.
Addie?
Yes, dear?
Tell me about
How's
yourself.
work going? Do you have any appointments today?
Yes, one this evening. It's been a bit slow lately, but pretty soon it'll be debutante ball season, and all the Gascon grand dames will need their hair done.
Oh, she does
You
the hair.
sure I can't convince you to let me give you a little trim? You've been
Wow.
looking awfully
We look
scruffy
different
lately.
without our
What's the point?
hat.
I've got no need to go peacocking around town. You're the only girl for me.
I like it when you're clean cut. It brings out your eyes.
The way my eyes have been looking lately, I think it's best to keep them hidden. How are you? It feels as though we haven't seen much of each other these past few days.
I've been fine.
Addie, you're not a very good liar. What's on your mind?
I'm worried about you, Miles.
I know, but I've told you, there's no need to worry about me. I'm all right.
I just keep hearing
You're
my
not
dead
all right,
friend in my
Miles.
mind
I may not be a good
24/7.
liar, but you can't fool me either.
It's
I
great.
am all right. What do I have to do to convince you of that?
You could start by throwing out that sleeping medicine. It's turned you into a different person.
I needed to sleep, Addie. I'll become an even worse person without it, believe me.
Yeah, I
know
think his
Bill's
hair's
death
okay.
was hard for you. It was hard for all of us. But whatever it is that's bothering you, you know you can talk to me about it. That's what I'm here for.
Yeah, Bill's in my head.
This
I'm
work means
Miles.
the world to me. I need some time to deal with things. That's all. It won't always be like this, I promise.
World
Making
famous
promises you
voice
can't
actor
keep, eh,
Chris
Miles?
Pratt here.
That'll end
In
well.
my professional opinion, Bill had it coming. But there is no room in your head for Bill. There is only room for me.
I thought you
or,
voiced
as
Bill,
Gulrox
Chris.
would say, only room pause for D's nuts.
Thank you, Loz. Thank you. You know, Chris
I've
is a
still got that
professional
song you sang last
voice
week at the
actor.
Rutherford
He
stuck in
reads
my
out the
head.
stage
They were
directions. Make
amazing.
sure he gets them right.
Thank you, Miles. That was a lovely evening. I always enjoy it when Joseph brings out his violin and we can relive the old days.
Certainly nicer than when he spends hours
I mean, maybe
telling
we
the
wear our
exact
hat
same story
outside. You're not
whenever
supposed
you
to wear
visit.
hats
They
inside.
were very glad to see you, you know.
It's probably the most fun I've had in months, to be honest.
They've invited us for dinner again in a couple of weeks, if you're feeling up to it.
I hope I am. What's
What
that
are you
you're
reading?
It's a collection of short stories by James Penstroke. It was just published earlier this month.
Any good?
Oh yes, I love his work. He's been publishing a new serial in Brentwell magazine.
I'm not
I
big
can't
on
wait to
short
read it.
stories.
Perhaps we both can together?
Oh,
think you'd enjoy
cute.
him.
Yeah,
Lately,
sure.
I haven't been able to concentrate on a page for
Oh.
more than 5 minutes without nodding off.
Maybe you don't need the sleeping
That is a
medicine
pity.
then.
I'll let you get back
Just
to
a
your
book. All right.
Your book collection has always astonished me. Heaven help you if you ever decide to move. Building those model ships was a good way to pass the time between cases. Hopefully it'll be a while before you get enough time to build another one. Adelaide's father certainly had an amazing life. Imagine being the personal barber to the Prime Minister and his family. The
Wow.
gossip and secrets he must have heard. That makes me wonder what old Mrs. Handbrook is up to these days. Ah, the Havisham case. Our first time out as partners. First in a long line of successful cases. It's nice to have a memory of the good old days. I'd love to see the look on Snelling's face if he ever found out you kept your old truncheon.
Okay, so presumably we were a like a
Bollingworth Ale, my favorite.
street police
And a nice
officer before
souvenir
this,
from the Angel. You really ought
Like
to
a
go
Bobby.
back there someday.
rather than a police
It's been
detective.
so long since you used that desk. Did you even notice when Adelaide got rid of the chair?
And door bookcase. That's it. So let's read the newspaper. Oh, Christ. The New Britannia Gazette. Remembering the HMS Ligeia? This Tuesday marks the 3-month anniversary of the tragic crash of the HMS Ligeia. The Ligeia was preparing to make its second transatlantic voyage when disaster struck. The airship burst into flames shortly after departing for England, crashing into Foster Park. All 300 passengers on board, including the HRH Prince Harold, were killed, as were 54 bystanders in the park. Royal Maverick Lines conducted an investigation and ruled the crash an accident, citing the ignition of a gas leak. Despite this, rumors of a sabotage persist. Royal Maverick vowed to instill stricter safety regulations going forward, and that the Ligeria's sister ship, the HMS Lenore, would be extremely safe upon its completion. There has been a public outcry and protests at the... Interesting, though, that happened 3 months ago. What's his name? Bill dead. And this all happened, 3 months ago. And that was also when the HMS Ligeia, or Ligeia, I'll write that down. That's a clue. Okay, Gascon. Grand Dame dies. Madame Laura de Pury, aged 44, died on Saturday of an apparent natural causes. Born Laura Chesterton in London 1800s, she and her family moved to New Bretagne in 1804. In 1818, she married Colonel Andrew Shepherd, a royal officer 30 years her senior. The marriage lasted 1 year, ending with Shepherd's death during a trip to Piedmont. Shortly after, Dupree married Benjamin Montgomery, a doctor. They had 2 children, Juliet, born 1820, and Andrew, born 1821. Sadly, Benjamin died of tuberculosis in 1830. 5 years later, Laura married Jean Dupree, a banker. Dupree was known throughout the community as a great humanitarian for her policy of exclusively employing humans rather than using automated service machines in her manor. Funeral services to be held. It doesn't have a note system in-game that I can write myself, it seems like. It does write them down occasionally for you, but I don't know whether maybe like small details, it would be good if I remembered myself. There's a nice bit of tuberculosis, yeah. So for some reason, this isn't bumming me out as much as the Wild West. I don't know whether... I think it's because it's got a bit of mystery to it, whereas usually Wild West games, if there was murder, mystery, Wild West, maybe then. Aethertricity. It's real and it's coming, say scientists. The existence of aethertricity, a substance said to possess both energetic and restorative properties, was first put forth 2 years ago by Dr. Bennett Clark. His presentation at the annual Vespuccia Science Conference at the University of New Bretagne was extremely divisive. Dr. Clark claims that aethertricity exists in small amounts on Earth, but is mainly located in the celestial region, commonly referred to as the Ether. Imagine electricity, but hundreds of times more powerful. In addition to powering our lights and machines, it can also significantly reduce the effects of aging and heal the sick. The sky will no longer be the limit, he described. Dr. Clark has yet to secure significant funding for its experiments, and his harshest critics have been dismissed him as a crackpot. However, there are those who believe that, continued on page 9. Second bizarre murder baffles police. New Bretagne police are investigating a murder in Tremondley, similar to the one that occurred in that borough just last month. Though many details are confidential at this time, we are able to confirm that both victims have been male and died from gunshot wounds. New Bretagne police declined to reveal any further details and denied rumours that the murders are being committed by a serial killer. We have no reason to believe that these murders are related, said Chief of Police Reginald Snelling. We have our finest detectives on the case and hope to find whoever perpetrated these awful crimes very soon. In the meantime, we ask citizens of New Bretagne, especially those in Cholmondeley, to remain vigilant and report any suspicious activity immediately to a police officer. Coverage will continue as the story unfolds. Okay. Can he read them, or are we just assuming? So I think 1 copper. Yeah, pretty cheap. I guess that depends. Copper might be... copper is orange gold, right? Copper's worth quite a lot now. So I think that this might be significant, the fact that it happened 3 months ago. And do you remember the guy on the... the guy that killed Bill? Not Bill, but the burglar. He said that he was doing it for justice. That his justice was more important than our justice. So I wonder whether he killed His Royal Highness Prince Harold and 54 bystanders, maybe as like a political statement, or he could have done it as, there might have been somebody else important. It might have been a politically motivated thing. Probably the murders also have something to do with what we're looking up. So I've got one really itchy nostril. Let's have a look at our letter. Fordham, a big case has come in which I think will interest you. Meet me at the Rouen Cafe house for more details. Upton.
Upton says she's got a big case for me.
Does she go into any more detail than that?
No, but then you know Upton. Always
Yeah,
on a
maybe he
need-to-know
made the ship
basis,
crash down.
Especially since she's been giving me these cases under the table.
To be fair, they haven't exactly been anything of note.
Hey,
True,
Banshee.
but she's
Oh,
still
yeah.
sticking her neck out for me. I can understand why she's so secretive about it.
My brain
I
is
think
just
she
so
misses
muscly.
having you around the station.
Poor Connie. With you quitting and me dying, she must be bored stiff at work.
Anyway, I'm supposed to meet her at the Ruin Coffee House. That can't be right.
It's not like Constance to make mistakes. She must have gotten in somehow.
Guess I'll head over there and see what she's got then.
Let's talk to our
Let her
wife
read
just
in peace for
quickly.
now.
Okay, let her read in peace. So this is our case book. We don't have a current case. We can't write in it ourselves, which is a bit of a shame. Okay. Right,
Have
off
a
we
lovely
go.
day, Addie.
I look forward to your return.
This is kind of fun, isn't it? We're right along the ocean. Hang on, if I... But you can see the Atlantic Ocean is just there. It's kind of fun. Yeah, the autosaves are nice. I bet you will need them when we inevitably die. Oh, this is
the Rouen
exclusive?
Coffee House. Worst Java in
Oh my
Lamplight City, but there's no better place to overhear all the rumors and gossip in town. Just make sure you don't get too close to the other patrons. Discretion was never your forte. Not in much of a hurry to clean up in here, are they? Best avoid that one. He looks like he might tip over at any moment. Reminds me of when I was alive. Ah, good times.
Sierra games wouldn't autosave, would
What a
they?
cheery reminder of everyone's impending death.
It's a sigh
That
of...
whole thing about the man in the black robe, complete lie, by the way. Self-Portrait as a Desperate Man by B. Calvert. A bit like looking in the mirror, isn't it, Miles? Dr. Tennyson's Vigor Pills. Absolutely guaranteed to restore vitality, youth, and vigor or your money back. For use by men only. These things seem to have had a spike in popularity
Vigor
recently.
pills.
Dr. W prevents consumption. They should also mention that Green's sulfur soap beautifies. Talk about
Okay,
false
so-
advertising.
Right.
Professor
Let's just quickly look through them.
Emulsified
Oh, the
soporific.
soporific.
I really
That's
don't know
probably
why
what we're
you think
taking.
that rat piss every night is a good idea for him. Simon Banks, professional chimney sweep, service. I'm sure he's a lovable urchin. P.D. Preston's patented papier-mâché perambulator.
Papier-mâché.
Handsomely upholstered in silk satin. I suppose if you and Adelaide ever finally decide to have... He and his friend are having quite the conversation. I bet it's really boring.
Okay, that's
Asleep
Constance.
at a coffee house. One of life's little ironies.
It seems to be like the voices give New York to me, but the place names are some kind of like French, but also
She's running back and forth at lightning speed. Clearly, she
maybe
dips into the
English
coffee
too.
shop. All that metal and tubing just to serve a hot cup of coffee?
Kind of reminds me of, you remember that
Looks like
lady's
they have a little something for everyone in here.
heater?
The Specialty House Brew. Give me an old-fashioned tea kettle any day. Just one of many patrons contributing to the oppressive thug in here. Judging by the sooty apron, this man is either a metal worker, a chimney sweep, or just really lazy when it comes to washing.
Okay, let's sit down. I don't like how the music's gotten a bit
If it
creepy.
isn't my old friend, up to no good.
Hello, Fordham. It's good to see you.
How did you get them to let you in here?
It's rather simple, really. The owner and I have an understanding. He pretends women are allowed in coffee houses, and I don't report his unsavory business practices to Chief Snelling.
Sounds like a good deal. What sort of unsavory business practices are we talking about?
Oh, we haven't got time to get into that now. But take some advice. Don't order anything that isn't water.
Usually you're not supposed to order the water because it's the... Like, if you go on holidays, sometimes you don't want to drink tap water because the difference in the, like, the bacteria and stuff that's in the water can give you stomach problems. So it's safer to drink stuff like coffee where the water's been boiled. I would immediately order something that's not water, and then would you give it to her and say, hey, I bought you a drink? Yeah, bottled water's okay. Yeah, like low fantasy, steampunky kind of world.
I got your message. What's going on?
It's time for you to join the big boys again, Fordham. Your
Big boys.
days of finding lost cats are over.
So stop teasing me and tell me what it is already.
Do you know Madame Laura Dupre?
I read about her in the
Laura Dupre.
the
One of those Gascon Grand Dames, isn't she?
That's right.
Yeah.
I'm surprised you've heard of her. I didn't think you cared
In the
about those
paper.
types of people.
I don't, but Adelaide has several of them as clients. She gets paid to pretend to care about their lives, and
Did her
I get to
wife
hear the
just
sordid
die?
Details.
Madame Dupre died the day before yesterday. Her funeral was held this morning.
My condolences.
But halfway through the service, the mourners heard a loud knocking coming from inside her coffin.
No way.
She wasn't dead?
Apparently not. Nearly interred alive, although her doctor swears she had no pulse. Dupre's son Andrew was quick to suspect foul play. He accused a man named Albert Martin, and the police arrested him.
So where do I come in? Sounds like the case has already been solved.
I strongly suspect that Martin is innocent, especially considering the talk of him having used black magic on Dupre. The police feel they have enough evidence to convict, so they're not bothering to investigate any further. You're going to look into it and see if I'm right. Then find the person who was really behind this.
Okay.
Has Madame Dupre recovered from her ordeal?
I'm afraid not. Apparently she's been catatonic since they pulled her out of the coffin.
So we can't
How
ask her.
unfortunate.
If you'd like to question Mr. Martin,
Or
he's being
convenient.
held at the Bow Street jail. Or you could take a look around his house. It's at 451 Compton Street in Worcester.
And the Dupre home?
That's at Emmeline and Comtesse, right across from the old Angeline convent. It's also possible you might run into the police during your investigation, since they're technically still on the case.
Thanks for the warning.
I'll do the Dupre house.
Was there anything you wanted to talk about before you get started?
Yes, actually, I had a couple of questions.
Let's hear them then.
I've only read, like, maybe one Edgar Allan Poe short story, or maybe I read a couple of his short stories. I'm not big into short stories. They tend not to have enough meat in them for me.
How are things going with you?
Work is hectic as usual, and I'm
That I
spending
kind
my
of
day
can't
off in
can't
here.
get into them.
But considering my home life is still a shambles, maybe this is the best place to be.
I'm truly sorry about that.
Don't be ridiculous. If it hadn't been for you, I'd still be chained to that philandering bastard. It hasn't been easy, but I'm much better off this way. Trust me. Anyway, work gives me something to focus on. I'm sure you can relate to that.
The entire cast
Yes,
and crew got
and I'm
sick
grateful
while
to
filming
you
on
for getting
location,
these
except
cases.
Humphrey
I
Bogart,
know
because
you're
he only
taking a
drank
risk to
his
do it.
own imported
It's the
whiskey.
least I can
He did
do.
not even have any
How about
water. It
you?
was just all
How's Adelaide?
whiskey.
She's fine, although things between us could be improved, if I'm being honest.
I also
The
tend
less
to
said
find that
about it
short
right
stories
now,
are a
the
little bit
better, I
more
think.
I'm
abstract.
sorry to hear that. You can talk to me about it if you need to, although I'm probably not the best person to ask for relationship advice.
You want to review the case? Let's do
Don't
Bill's
suppose there
death
have been
and then
any
we'll review
developments
it.
regarding Bill's murder.
Unfortunately not. The department hasn't exactly been focusing on that case as a priority. The general attitude is that it was an accident. Bill died an honorable death in the line of duty.
Would have been nice if they bothered saying that at the funeral.
And of course, there are still those who blame you for his death, Snelling being the first and foremost.
Bill,
The
look,
man
Bill,
who really caused
that's
Bill's
Bill's
death
fault.
is still out there.
No,
Yes,
Bill
I
caused
know,
Bill's
but
death.
It looks like you're on your own if you want to find him. My hands are tied. I can only ask around so much before the higher-ups get suspicious. Just don't give up. New Britannia may be a big city, but the criminal world is surprisingly close-knit. If you find any connections or leads during your other cases, be sure and let me know. I'll do
Okay.
the same if I find anything out.
See, she has a priority straight. You could learn a lot from up there.
Yeah, it was gravity's fault. It's like that guy that fell into the, or it's that guy we pushed into the sea And it was the sea that killed him. I just kind of pushed him.
I wanted to go over the case with you.
I just bumped into
Okay,
him.
what have you got?
What do you know about Madame Dupre?
Only what I've read about her in the paper. She's been married thrice, which I can empathize with, and she's extremely rich, which I can't.
What makes you think this Martin fellow is innocent?
The fact that the only evidence is the word of Dupre's son. I've seen this sort of thing thousands of times, and I'm sure you did too. They're just looking for a scapegoat. You're the only person I know who can put it right.
Upton's intentions are noble, but she has to realize this is just a drop in the ocean.
That's enough about the case for now.
Okay,
That's it, I think.
then you'd better get back to it.
All right.
Well, I'm not entirely sure how this is going to help you find the flower shop burglar, but I suppose freeing an innocent man is a worthy diversion.
I'm going to pop back home because I want to read that newspaper again. It's our house.
Seeing you come home always puts a smile on my face. So what's this?
If only.
Oh, nothing. I want to read the
Gascon
paper.
Grandam was
I don't.
attacked and almost interred alive.
You mean Madame Dupre? The one whose obituary was in the paper?
The very same.
Goodness, that does sound serious.
I like
Tell
how
me
the
if there's
game's
anything
telling
I
me
can
to
do
read the
help.
paper.
I know you
The
haven't been feeling
obituary
your
in the
best lately.
paper.
You're always a help to me, Addie. Though I assure you I have this well in hand.
I certainly hope so.
The paper over there on the table that you should definitely look at again. Okay, Madame Laura Dupre, aged 44, died on Saturday. Right, I'm gonna write down some bits and bobs about her. So she was, like, does it matter that she was 44? Like, wrong side of 40. Apparent natural causes. Okay. Apparent natural causes. Born Laura Chesterton in London, 1800. Okay, so Laura Chesterton in London. Am I wrong side of 40? Right side of 50 though. She and her family moved to New Britain in 1804. So when she was 4, she moved. In 1818, so when she got to 18, she married Colonel Andrew Shepherd, a royal officer 30 years her senior. So he was 48. The marriage lasted 1 year, ending with Shepherd's death during a trip to Piedmont. Do we think maybe she killed her husband for his money? Because it kind of gives marrying old man, or he wasn't that old, but marrying much older man in the hopes that he'll die. But he'll die before you, so that you can get his money. But I don't know how much money a royal officer would have. So first husband was Andrew Shepherd. Royal officer. "30 years older." Right. Died after 1 year of marriage. And then he died on a visit during a trip to Piedmont. During trip. Shortly after, she married Benjamin Montgomery, a doctor. And Benjamin died. Okay. But that's kind of significant that she then married a doctor. Because if she got put, like, that drug, the Romeo and Juliet drug, the one that makes you look dead, but you're not dead, surely a doctor would have access to that. Not everyone you meet is a murderer, but yeah, some of them are. So you gotta keep accusing. Hey, P3, good morning. Good morning, welcome in. So second husband was Benjamin Benjamin Montgomery. He was a doctor, and he died of tuberculosis. I'm not going to be able to read that, but that's fine. They had 2 kids. 5 years later, Laura married Jean Dupre, a banker. Dupre was known throughout the community as a great humanitarian, exclusively employing humans. Okay. And then married. Third husband was banker. Dupre, banker. We don't know much about the banker. And she employed humans rather than automated service. Okie pokey, let's go. Oh, with Sherlock. Oh, I feel like him.
Have a lovely day, Addie.
We do
Goodbye,
have a
dear.
Watson
Love
inside
you.
our head.
you
It
too.
kind of reminds me of Sherlock Holmes, the chapter 1 Sherlock Holmes. But no, we're not actually Sherlock. We are Miles.
You are aware this is private property, sir?
So this is that's the lady,
Yes,
I presume.
I'm Miles Fordham, private investigator. I'm looking into the incident involving Madame
Private
Dupre.
investigator.
You
Yeah, we're
assume
Miles.
correctly, Mr. Fordham. My apologies, but I thought the police had already made an arrest.
That's right, but there's still some doubt as to the man's guilt. May I ask your name, sir?
I am Dr. Fellows, Madame Dupre's private physician. I'm afraid she is in no state to be answering questions at present.
Are any other members of the family home?
Her son, Mr. Montgomery, is in the entrance hall. I had to give him a mild sedative to settle his nerves, but he should
No,
be
not
all
a
right to converse.
spoiler.
Then if you don't mind, I'll have a look around.
Just something that I would hope would fly over the head of most people.
Her eyes are glazed over and she's got a vacant, expressionless stare.
Okay.
She seems completely oblivious to her surroundings. If we didn't know she'd been buried alive, I'd say she was just exhibiting the typical symptoms of your average rich person.
I think he's a bit suspicious because perhaps he's keeping her in this catatonic
Doctor,
state
may I
so
ask
she
you a few
can't
questions?
tell
Please
anyone.
be my guest.
Yeah, just a heads up, you know. No, I hoped it would go with the heads of people that didn't know and would, people that did know.
Tell me about Madame Dupre.
She is a great woman and a pillar of the community. I cannot imagine why something like this could happen to her, or how someone could be capable of such a barbaric feat. Though this ordeal has been terrible, I am confident she will overcome. The power of her physical constitution is surpassed only by her strength of
Yeah,
character.
because
You think he'd say the same things if he wasn't on her payroll? I highly doubt it.
these games like it to be the doctor, don't they?
What were the circumstances surrounding Madame Dupre's supposed death?
Her son, Andrew, sent for me a few days ago after finding her unconscious and unresponsive. As I was unable to detect a pulse or breath, I had no other recourse but to declare her deceased. I judged that Madame
So-
Dupre had likely suffered a sudden cardiac arrest.
Her
It was
son
most
is
shocking
the
to be
son of a
proven wrong
doctor.
at a funeral.
I can imagine. Where was the funeral held, by the way?
St. Denis Cemetery. Madame Dupre wished to be interred in the tomb of her father's family, name of Chesterton.
Perhaps I'll go have a look.
Right, her son found her.
How long have you been Madame Dupre's private physician?
5 years, and I've been practicing medicine for the past 30. I still spend a couple of days a week treating patients at Riverview Asylum.
Oh, it's like a
good.
little treat
Maybe
to
if
get
you're
to go to the
lucky, He
asylum.
could be your doctor someday.
30 years is quite a long time. You must have seen some incredible advances in the field of medicine.
I have, yes. I can only wonder how things will change with all this talk of ethericity. There's speculation it can be used to restore necrotic tissue and instantly heal broken bones, among
So
other things.
it's kind of
If you
interesting
ask
that
me,
he's been a
good
doctor for
bloodletting
30
will never
years
go out of
because
fashion.
30 years ago, that lady from the flower shop, that's when her husband died 30 years ago. Just saying.
Did you examine Madame Dupre after she reanimated?
Of course. Physically, she appeared to be in fine health aside from minor dehydration. I found no marks or bruising on her body. Mentally is a different story, however. She's remained in an unresponsive state ever since.
Do you have any opinions on what caused Madame Dupre to appear dead?
The most likely cause I can imagine is some sort of poison or toxin.
What leads you to believe Madame Dupre was poisoned?
Hey,
The
Darren.
symptoms she experienced
Morning.
were consistent with prior cases of poisoning I've studied. And didn't the young man arrested have ties to some kind of black magic cult? There have been reported cases of these practitioners using poisons to make people appear dead, then commanding them to do their bidding. I recall reading about a man in the West Indies who was given tetrodotoxin, that's the toxic secretion from a pufferfish, declared dead and buried. He appeared alive in his village some 20 years later.
Doesn't that seem a bit far-fetched to you, Doctor?
Facts are facts, Mr. Fordham. Surely someone in your line of work can appreciate that.
Those are all the questions I've got for now.
I hope I answered them adequately.
Scoot, scoot. All right. Let's go in the manor if they'll let me.
This fountain probably looked nicer when it was working, but right now it's just a breeding ground for mosquitoes.
That's interesting because so this lady was a humanitarian because she didn't hire like automatons. Sorry, I'm in Siberia mode to do like housework and stuff.
With her vast sums of wealth, Madame Dupre could probably feed a starving family for the next 30 years. Instead, she uses the money to keep her hedges trimmed.
Oh, hello. Are you the new servant?
No, I'm Miles Fordham. I'm a private investigator looking into your mother's attempted murder.
How did you know I was her son? Oh, of course. You must have sensed it with your detective's intuition. I should have guessed by that giant head of yours.
Are you feeling all right, Mr. Montgomery?
Well, there's elements of
Yes,
French in it as
yes,
well, William.
I'm
So
fine. Much
it's like
better than when those pesky
mix.
police officers were snooping around earlier. But I like you, Mr. Fordham. I can
Yeah,
already
he's sussy,
tell
isn't
you're
he?
not like them at all. Please, call me Andrew.
Yes, well, I'll have a look around.
he does have a bit of a maniacal evilness around
handle
him.
that?
I can. In fact, I really look forward to it.
If the good doctor gave him a mild sedative, I'd hate to see what the stuff you take would have done to him.
Okay.
A beautiful parrot. Must have cost the Dupre's a cool copper. Dupre looks like she's holding on to that poor bastard for dear life.
Let's talk to him first.
I have some questions for you.
Oh,
I love
goody.
it, Pillorzan. It's great.
What can you tell me about
Oh,
Madame
wow, those
Dupre?
are some
She came back
sideburns.
from the dead. I couldn't believe it.
He's grown them so they're
My
like a
mother,
strap underneath his chin.
resurrected, just like Jesus.
Yes. I heard you're the
Well, we
one
did
who
have
accused
that
Mr. Martin
thing
of the
with
crime.
Easter
Oh, no, I
lilies,
already
didn't
talked
we?
to the
So maybe
police
it's a
about that.
Jesus
I don't want to think about it
thing.
right now.
Okay.
How do you typically spend your days, Mr. Montgomery? What are your interests?
Oh, a little of this and a little of that. Nothing as exciting as what you do, I'm sure. Ooh, tell me, do most bad people start crying when you catch them?
Yeah, I'm
I bet
really
it's a
looking forward to see you
laugh
cry.
To see them sobbing away.
No, Mr. Montgomery, most of them don't.
Well, that's a real shame, isn't it?
I can't tell if he is evil or whether he's just, just
That's a rather
spoiled.
exotic bird you've got.
I like looking at him. He has such pretty colors, doesn't he?
That he does.
You know, I've always wondered what he might taste like. Is that bad, do you think?
I really couldn't say, Mr. Montgomery. Thanks for your time.
No, thank you for yours.
This is ridiculous. He won't be of any use in this state. If it takes him as long to snap out of it as it takes you, we'll be waiting around here until noontime tomorrow. There has to be a way to bring him back to his senses. Maybe that quack outside knows something of use.
Or maybe we pour water over him. Let's pop to the kitchen. Let's have a look around first before we...
Certainly no shortage of bowls or food preparation items around here. Some kind of water dispensing device, maybe? I was never very good at finding my way around the kitchen. Yeah, it looks like gumbo's on the menu tonight. I wonder how it compares with Upton's special recipe.
Do a Phoenix right? Oh my god, well, I remember we played that case on stream. Fucking parrot was the
Judging by the amount of
worst.
food this family probably eats, washing the dishes must take forever.
Was the worst witness I've ever had to interview.
Looks like the type of spices you'd use in a stew. Most likely paprika or turmeric. Nice variety of reds and oranges.
Okay, spice jar, sink.
It's times like these make me wish I could
Lots
still
of
eat.
knives.
Certainly no shortage of bowls or...
Hello.
Pardon me, miss.
What? Who are you?
I'm Miles Fordham. I'm investigating the attempted murder of Madame Dupre.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir, but I'm very busy. I can't help you.
Do you know anything about what happened to Madame Dupre?
No, I don't. Please leave me to my
Do we
work.
believe
I
her?
shouldn't be talking to you.
Dad,
Alright, I'm going.
I'll see you soon. I'll see you on Monday. If I don't see you before the end of stream. Upstairs. Let's go upstairs. I want to explore before we get that guy back to his senses, because maybe he won't let us explore
porcelain
then.
figurine. Madame Dupre didn't strike me as the type to play with dolls.
That's a figure,
This
not
is
a
always
doll.
my favorite part of detective work.
Nothing inside but a bunch of extra doilies.
How disappointing. Maybe you should steal one, just to spite Madame Dupre for not giving us any good clues.
No, Bill.
You're no fun, Miles. Nice bouquet of roses. Although it would make things much easier if they were Easter lilies.
Yeah, that's what I was
If
just
only.
thinking.
Ah, the Gascon docks. The artist definitely took some liberties. You can't see a single person getting stabbed. Must be nice being able to afford keeping your oil lamps lit during the daytime.
Hey, Lighton. Good morning.
Goodness, someone went overboard with
Oh.
the flowers. This brings back some memories, doesn't it?
Ones I'd rather forget.
Yeah.
I don't know much about art, but I see Madame Dupre and I at least have similar tastes.
Then we'll have a look over here. We'll come back.
Oh, look! It's one of those new audio cylindergraphs. I can't quite wrap my head around how
What's
they
the
can
difference
manage to
between a
get
harpsichord
sound
and a
out of wax
piano?
cylinder. Why would anyone need so many flowers in one room?
Perhaps it's to mask the odors of those chemicals on the workstation.
Could be. Yeah, it must be a nice place to sit and listen to music.
I don't mind music puzzles. I think they're usually okay. Oh,
Dr. Tennyson's Vigor Pills.
we
These would
read
make
a
sloth act like a
an
hummingbird.
advertisement about those. Oh, plucked versus struck strings with the hammers in the piano. Oh, that's so interesting. Lighter, higher, squeakier notes. I don't know whether I've ever heard a harpsichord.
These should be useful.
Oh, I'll steal those then.
I can only wonder what sort of potions Andrew concocts in this thing. Is this really the best that medical science has to offer?
You can play a piano hard or soft, but a harpsichord always has the same tone. So it's kind of like almost a cross between a piano and a guitar, I guess.
What in the ether is that thing supposed to be? Actually, I'd rather not know. Decadent. The science of pharmacology. I'm sure it's riveting stuff.
Oh.
A gentle reminder that everyone's...
We know then that he could have made... Unless he is just...
Is this really the best...
Unless he's just measuring out leeches and stuff, it seems like he could have made some poison.
I've never seen so many beauty products together in one place. Doesn't look like they get used much, though.
This might be the daughter's room.
Locked. I suppose I shouldn't be surprised.
Like a keytar, but much bigger. No, but a keytar, but the other way around.
I've never seen so many beauty products together. Whoever lives in this room really likes plants and flowers, don't they? Nice little cottage. Looks like it would make a nice cozy spot to retire, if I hadn't already retired.
Let's look in the desk drawers first.
They're all empty. How unusual.
Not to mention disappointing.
It seems like no one's used this room in a
Let's have a look
while.
through these papers. Aha.
Because they haven't
what's
been
this?
touched. The drawers all empty. Dear Miss Montgomery, unfortunately, I've been informed of a series of burglaries in the neighborhood near the room you're renting from me at 76 Forest Lane. As a precaution, I've gone ahead and changed the locks. Please find enclosed a copy of your new key. I hope this doesn't cause you too much inconvenience. Edwina. And Montgomery was her second husband.
Interesting. This Miss Montgomery must be Andrew's sister. But why is she renting a room in the Chum? Guess there's really only one way to find out. Well, someone's fancy. I never liked these types of beds much. They feel too claustrophobic.
I always thought they had a certain appeal.
Yes, you would think that about a bed that lets you shut out the rest of the world.
I don't know. What do you guys think? Do you like beds with curtains on them? I see it from a practical point of view, but yeah, I don't know whether it would feel a bit kind of claustrophobic and a bit coffin-like. No, not a big fan. Well, you want light to come in, right?
A much younger Madame Dupre. I suppose that's a nice alternative to a mirror. That's an old uniform, from the turn of the century by the look of it.
That's
This must
probably
be
her
Madame
first
Dupre's
husband.
first husband. Kind of strange that she'd still keep his portrait in the bedroom. Ooh, a fainting couch. You know, I always wanted one of these, but I never fainted enough to justify buying one.
What if her first husband didn't really die? Choice and
Choice
consequence.
and consequence. Who in their right mind would write a book about that? I don't even want to know what that one's about.
Equestrian mesmerism.
I read that one last year.
Buffalo.
If you ever wanted to know the intimate details of a buffalo's anatomy, I highly recommend it.
Buffalo Skinner, A Wildman's Tale. The Chestertons, A Brief History. Coven of the Damned, and other
Now that one
short
sounds
stories.
interesting. I was always a fan of Bedletter's short stories.
A Parson of Crook
One of those
Hill. The
melodramatic
Parson of Crook Hill.
romances. I read it a while back, and I couldn't
Oh,
tell you a
mosquitoes.
thing about it.
You'd want them to be a bit sheer, though. Oh, every time you want to wrap up a case, what, so I can save Scum?
Doesn't appear to be very
Are you
brief
saying
if
I
there's 2
should save
volumes of
Scum?
it. I wonder if
Hey,
anyone outside the
Hippo.
family would find this even remotely interesting. Doesn't appear to be very brief if there's 2.
It's weird that they let me look at this.
Let's see if there's anything in these drawers. Damn, nothing but personal effects and more stationery.
Don't forget the first rule of detective work. If there's nothing useful inside, check underneath and between.
Ah, yes, of course. Thanks for the reminder.
Yeah, I don't know if I want
Huh,
to
now
save Scum or
This is
not.
intriguing.
I haven't decided. I'm not going to warn you again, you disgusting thug. Stay away from my daughter and my house, or I'll kill you. Myself. Oofers.
Nothing else of interest.
It would appear that Madame Dupre was taking music lessons.
Her current
Alright, let me write
predicament has
that
probably
down.
put an end to that venture, though.
C, D, E, F, G, A, B, C. Just straight up.
You've got some huge bags under your eyes, Miles.
Same
Reminds
though.
me of the case
My
we had on
glasses
that
cover them
strange
up.
train.
Don't remind me.
I wonder if we can look at the other shelves in the bookcase now. Okay. All right, let's save then. Yeah, no. I know it's a harpsichord, but Don't wear your glasses though. Do you not like find that your eyes hurt from not wearing your glasses? So it's running in a bit of a strange resolution. And it's not running in Scum. Right, we're looking for... see... Can't see any more than an inch in front of my face if I don't wear glasses. Which is interesting, because I can't see an inch in front of my face, Banshee. I'm longer distance. The landlady's note, the message. I wanted the, this one. Do you reckon we need to... Do... Re... Mi... La... Or Fa, sorry. Fa... So... La... Ti... Do. Maybe we've got to spell something out. Yeah. Yeah, because it could be in any order as well. What's this woman's name? Madame Dupree. Oh, save some, save scum. Sorry, I wasn't with it. That's my bad. Oh, you're thinking down here. I was thinking these spelling things out. Facade. Very fancy word. Maybe let's... Gabe dead. Don't play Gabriel Knight, Rug. Yeah. If Gabe dies, he can't bring us the Steam sale anymore. Oh, you get badge. You just need the R. You just get badge. All right, let's talk to Andrew.
I have some questions for you.
Oh, goody.
I found a letter upstairs addressed to a Miss Montgomery. Who is that?
You were snooping around up there? Naughty, naughty, Mr. Fordham.
It's part of my job. Now, are you going to tell me or not?
Nope. I don't think I will. You're the detective. I'll let you solve that mystery yourself.
I don't think he's actually evil.
With a punch in the nose. God, I wish I still had fists.
Thanks for your time.
No, thank you for yours.
He doesn't give me evil vibes. He just gives me, like, rich kid vibes. Yeah, stupid vibes. Hey,
I told you
Tactical.
I'm very busy, and I'll get in trouble if I'm caught speaking to you.
All right, I'm going.
Hmm. Hmm. Maybe he did, because he had all of that chemical stuff in his room.
Doctor, may I ask you a few questions?
Please be my guest.
May I ask exactly what kind of sedative you gave Andrew?
A simple tincture of laudanum. It's what I give all my nervous patients.
He seems a bit out of sorts.
Hot? Meat kettle.
It can have that effect, but it usually wears off in half a day or so.
Is there a way to bring him out of his condition sooner?
A stimulant would have the opposite effect.
The Vigor
I
one.
wouldn't recommend mixing the two. It could have potentially harmful effects on his heart.
Do we care?
Of course. I wasn't planning on doing anything of the sort. I was just curious.
It's cute how you act like you have no experience in these matters. It's almost convincing.
Those are all the questions I've got for now.
I hope I answered them adequately.
What do you think, guys? Do you think we should give him... Well, look, we'll give them to him, and if he takes them, it's his fault. It's in the other room.
The bottle is empty.
The bottle's empty?
The science of pharmacology. I'm sure it's riveting stuff. Is this really the best? I can only wonder what sort of potions Andrew concocts in this thing.
Okay. Let's head out. Yeah, it's like an Irish coffee. Bit of alcohol, bit of coffee. I wonder who did think to mix coffee and alcohol. Do you think we should go to the grave site first? You
St.
guys
Denis
have all...
Cemetery. Best view in the city. It's
You,
just a shame
you,
none of the
you all
residents can
answered the
enjoy
same
it. I
answer.
think I'm buried around here somewhere. Wonder how the old gravestone is doing these days. Nice view of the river from up here. You can hardly even see the cloud of smog over the chum. Looks like people have left markings and offerings in front of this tomb. You may think it's a silly superstition, but I wish you'd leave a bottle of Bollingworth at my grave every now and then. This just goes to show you can't take it with you, so you might as well spend it all on a giant tomb. If only that police officer wasn't guarding the tomb, you could go in there and raid it to your heart's content.
Do any of you have, like, family members that have these big tombs? Do any of you guys have just really rich family members? That's exactly what I just asked. That wasn't what I meant. Well, I don't know. Like, some people might have been, I don't know. You know, I don't know. Like, I've got one cheap on sale or something. I think this is where the
Compton
daughter
Street.
is.
We're not too far from Restaurant Row. When's the last time you
Got
ate?
all dried fruit.
Please,
stuff
let's
in my
not
teeth
add
now.
eating to the list of things to nag me about.
One of Atwood's re-election posters, sorely lacking a mustache. Go on, Miles.
Oh, got your
Fix
own
this
mausoleum
grievous
in the
injustice.
country.
Not now, Bill.
It's such
There
a
are more important
shame
things
that
to
you
worry
can't
about.
buy a
Spoiler,
mausoleum and then live in it and then die in it, you know?
I'm glad that Coulson still uses horses. I don't trust the new self-driving cabs. Considering how many eating establishments are in this neighborhood, the butcher picked a fantastic spot to set up shop. I do
There's
notice
not a lot of family tombs in
stray cats
in the
this
UK
neighborhood,
really
though.
either. Like that you would just. I mean, there are some massive cemeteries where you will see some or see, you know, a fair amount. Well, you know, they're cheaper. They're cheaper than houses, right? No, I think it's actually illegal. I think they are stopping you. I think you're not allowed to live in a mausoleum. I think the police are stopping you.
I'm sorry, I have no time for visitors today.
I need to speak with you about Albert Martin.
Albert? Are you with the police?
No, I'm a private investigator.
Oh, I don't think you can help. I'm sorry.
Sorry to bother you. I'll be on my way.
Good day to you, sir.
Oh wow, we took no for an answer very quickly. Okay.
You again? I told you I have no
Yeah,
time
I think
for
it's got
visitors.
it's you
Sorry
know
to bother you. I'll be on my way.
it's something about
Good day
not
to you,
having
sir.
heating and water and stuff, and you know you disturb the other.
Fordham? Is that you? You look like something a cat spat up.
Hello, Giles. It's lovely to see you too.
From Buffy the Vampire Slayer.
What brings you round the jail? I thought you'd quit being a detective.
I'm looking to speak with Mr. Albert Martin.
Oh, I see. Well, that's him in the first
I mean,
cell
there's
there.
literally only one
I'd say
person
what
in
needs
this room.
saying as
So.
quick as you can, though. He's headed for the gallows in the
In
morning.
the morning?
Already?
Bloody
What about a
hell.
trial?
No trial necessary when there's black magic involved. This little half-breed's already sealed his fate.
Such a
Red
charming
Panda,
fellow,
thank you very much for
isn't
the
he?
follow. Thank you. Hang on, I just need to. I need to get the dried fruit out of my teeth. I got it. Sorry, everyone. Oh, there we go.
Not much in the way of comfort. No bed or even a bucket. It's a good thing this place is meant for short stays.
Mr. Martin?
Who are you? My lawyer?
No, I'm actually here to help you. The name's Miles Fordham. I'm a private investigator.
How are you going to help me?
I'm looking into the attack on Madame Dupre. I believe you're innocent.
I do believe he's innocent.
Thank heaven. That's music to my ears.
Oh, what a nice
Do you
little
mind answering a
lad.
few questions for me?
Friend, if it means saving me from the noose, I'll tell you nothing less than God's truth.
Interesting choice of phrase for someone accused of using black magic.
Okay.
What can you tell me about Madame Dupre?
What's to tell? She's a twisted, evil woman who got what was coming to her.
Well-
Whoever attacked her deserves some sort of reward for the service they're doing the community.
So it wasn't you then?
No, I'm innocent, Mr. Fordham.
I
have
was
to
under the
believe me.
impression that
I'm
she was a
afraid
good
you're not making that
person,
very
but
easy right
alright.
now, Mr. Martin.
I believe him over the newspapers though, because the newspaper said it about her after she's died, and you know how some people get after people die, they don't want to say anything bad about them.
Do you know anything about the circumstances of Madame Dupre's supposed death?
No, I had nothing to do with it.
Then why did her son accuse you?
Probably because he's just as ignorant as she is.
What I meant was, how did her son know to accuse you? Have you had any contact with the family before?
Yes, you could say that.
Uh-oh. That gleam in his eye says it all.
You see, I'm involved with Dupre's daughter, Juliet Montgomery. Dupre doesn't like that one bit. She even threatened me once.
Is that right?
Yes. She might have everyone else fooled, but that woman is the devil incarnate. I can't understand how something so heartless and cruel could have spawned someone as pure and, loving as my dear Juliet.
He's not really helping his case much, is he?
Maybe it was the daughter.
Tell me about Juliet.
She's wonderful. Such a beautiful, kind soul. She hasn't come to see me yet, but I'm sure that's because of all the confusion in the last few days. Juliet wouldn't believe for a second that I would be capable of harming her mother. I'm sure of it.
Oh, I
How
think
did you
she
two get
might
involved?
be.
We met at the university.
Your classmates?
Hardly. They wouldn't allow someone like me to enroll there. Juliet studies botany. I work as an assistant in the greenhouse. We started
Okay.
talking, and she actually treated me like a person. To everyone
Juliet
else, I
studies
was just the boy who fetched the test tubes. But Juliet actually wanted to hear what I had to say. Had the same taste in books and art. Didn't just treat me like some piece of gardening equipment. She even shared some of her notes with me after I told her I was interested in botany as well. From there, things just got better. I don't expect you to understand or approve, but that's how it happened.
Oh, you'd be surprised. It doesn't sound too different to how my wife and I got together. Except I was a
I think it's
detective and she
interesting
was
that
a
there's
singer at a bar.
more flowers
And
involved.
She's...
Yes, Mr. Martin. Anyway, back to the matter at hand. How often is Juliet in the
Like,
greenhouse?
there's more
Every
flowers,
weekday,
like
but
from
I
the
doubt she's
first
there now.
case.
She's probably trying to find out where I am and working to have me released.
Somehow,
I
wouldn't
so-
bet on that.
Yeah, somehow I think that we're gonna find her doing anything but that, but I hope he's,
How did you end
he's
up in
right.
here?
I was just minding my own business at home when the police showed up with no warning. They made some outrageous claims about me putting some sort of curse on Madame Dupre. The next thing I knew, I was here. Oh, Mama must be beside herself with worry. I just hope she's all right.
Tell me about
What does
your
your
mom.
mother do, Mr. Martin?
She helps people.
I was hoping you'd be just a bit more specific.
She provides spiritual help to those who seek guidance.
Okay.
She's a spiritualist.
Not quite. She's more like... how can I explain it? You know how a priest holds mass to spread the word of God to the people? My mother holds services and calls on the spirits to walk among us, providing healing and guidance.
So she's a religious leader?
If you want to give her that title, it would be the most appropriate.
Okay.
And does this religion of yours have a name?
You'd probably know it as voodoo, but it doesn't mean what you think it does.
So that's why they
People are
think
so
he's
quick
done
to
black
judge
magic.
and portray us as evil when they have no idea.
So, what do you know about voodoo?
So you practice voodoo, do you?
Are you making fun of me, Mr. Fordham?
No, of course not. Apologies if it seemed as though I was. It's just that the police are convinced that black magic was involved in Madame Dupre's apparent death.
That's because that idiot son of hers knew about my mother, and like all bigoted fools, assumed that we're involved in devil worship and the black arts. But I can assure you that this is most certainly not the case, Mr. Fordham.
Of course, I didn't mean to imply.
Just forget it.
That's all for now.
Oh, wait, before you go, would you do me a favor? Would you go see my mother at our house and give her a message?
You're at 451 Compton Street, right?
Oh my god, I've
Yes,
just been
that's
there!
right. Could you tell her I said St. Rock's dog is barking?
I think I can remember that.
I suppose I could do that, yes.
Oh, thank you.
Whatever happened to a simple I love you?
Okay, I'm off. I really like the sound of the knocking.
I told you I have no time for visitors.
You're Albert Martin's mother, aren't you?
Who are you?
Miles Fordham. I spoke with Albert, and he told me to give you a message. He said to tell you that St. Rock's dog is barking.
Oh, I see. That's good. That's very good. You better come in, Mr. Fordham. Standing on the street.
Oh,
just
but he
won't
did
do.
get me insect.
Welcome
I
to
mean,
my
we
home,
can
Mr.
presume
Fordham.
he's not the
I am
murderer.
Sabine Martin. I hope you understand that Albert has nothing
I
to do with
recognize
this
her voice
awful
actor as
business.
well.
Would you care for some tea?
Well, her tune certainly changed when you gave her that message. I wonder what it meant.
No, thank you, ma'am. I won't be staying long.
A rather unremarkable book collection, I'm sorry to say. That statue, on the other hand, gives me the willies. For all we know, that rider is some sort of demon. He looks like
Or
he's having a good time, at least.
a cowboy. You know, like
That pattern resembles a flower.
demon
Too
cowboy.
bad it isn't an Easter lily. It's some old man with a dog standing at the center of a crossroads. If that's meant to have any sort of significance, it's completely lost on me. The Virgin Mary? I must admit, she was the last person I was expecting to see
back
in
here.
here. A rather interesting. Those pots? look as though they've been
I'm
wrapped
just
in
standing
tobacco
there
leaves.
talking to just standing there talking to my dead friend. Could it
I've
be
got a
one
few
of the
questions
horsemen
for
from
you,
the
Mrs. Martin.
apocalypse?
I'll try to answer them the best I can.
Do you think your son is capable of doing what he stands accused of?
Never. Albert wouldn't harm a fly.
That's what the mothers always say.
Why don't you tell me a bit more about him then?
He started working at the university laboratory a few years ago. I was so proud of him. The university is quite selective, you know. The same for its staff as well as its students.
Yes, I've gotten that impression.
I always told Albert to be careful around those high society types, but that one always thinks with his heart first.
Is she sure that's the correct body part?
He's all the family I have.
Bill,
Mr.
shut
Fordham.
up.
Do you know anything about Madame Laura Dupre?
I never met her
Bill's
in
like,
person,
but what about
I know
penises?
plenty about her.
Like what?
Nothing fit for a polite conversation.
She
Mr.
seems
Fordham.
nice, though.
But I can tell you this. Laura Dupre has far more enemies than she lets
Okay.
on.
Does that include you or your son?
It most certainly does not.
What do you know about Juliet, Madame Dupre's daughter?
I know Albert was smitten with her. No matter that I told him to be very careful around her kind. Those rich Creole families don't care much for people like us. To them, we're just a help. But from his telling, Juliet sounded to be a decent soul. It's a shame the same can't be said for her kin.
If you'll indulge my curiosity, what exactly was the meaning of Albert's message?
Saint Roch is the patron saint of dogs, as well as the falsely accused. If he sent the message along with you, it means he trusts you. And
See,
then I should
it all
too.
worked out.
Oh, I see.
Perhaps you were hoping for something more? That's just the way of mysteries, isn't it?
How do you mean?
The thrill of the unknown is always more exciting than the truth. Mystery makes life a little more interesting.
True, but if
I
mysteries
recognize
were
her
really
voice
better
actor as
unsolved, I wouldn't
well.
have a job. What exactly is it you do, Mrs. Martin?
I provide services to the public.
A delightfully vague answer if there ever was one. Give me something a bit more specific, please.
I'm a mambo asugwe. That means I'm what you call a voodoo queen. I'd give you a detailed explanation of the responsibilities and duties of the role, but your time would be better spent clearing my son's name.
Hey, Fred. Good morning.
Can you tell me a bit more about your
Fred,
religious
what do you know
practices?
about voodoo?
What I can tell you is that the ignorant whites in this city are afraid of us for no reason. Voodoo is not about black magic or dark spells or turning people into the living dead. It's about healing and life. Naturally, there are misguided souls who may try to use it for ill purposes, but I am not one of those.
Sounds like you hit a sore spot. Might be a good idea to stop pressing her on this angle.
Okay. 17.
I think I'll take you up on your offer for tea, after all.
All right, Mr. Fordham. You'll have to give me a few minutes to heat up the kettle. I'll be back shortly.
Oh, we can have a nose through our house. Oh my god.
Amazing. Even more voodoo stuff back there. Why would she keep these particular items hidden from view?
Good question.
They obviously have some importance to her. I'd suggest asking, but I don't know if that's the best idea given how sensitive she seems to be about the subject.
I don't know what her name is. I don't have it written down.
The tea should be ready in a few minutes, Mr. Fordham. You can help yourself once it's done.
You're very kind, Mrs. Martin.
You guys think I should tell her that I saw it or not?
I've got a few questions for you, Mrs. Martin.
I'll try to answer them the best I can.
I feel like I shouldn't. I don't want to piss her off.
Thank you for your help.
My pleasure.
Hey, Pixels. How was your meeting? Was it as thrilling as you thought it would be?
I've got a few questions for you, Mrs. Martin.
I've
I'll try to
saved so we
answer them the
can
best I can.
scum this.
About that back room of yours.
I beg your pardon?
I don't know about this, Miles. Is this really a road you want to go down?
I'll keep going and we can save
I had a
scum.
look behind your curtain. Care to explain what all those things in that back room are?
Mr. Fordham, I was under the impression you could be trusted. Clearly, Albert was wrong about you.
Why are you keeping them out of view? What's their significance?
I don't like people invading my privacy, Mr. Fordham. You're no longer welcome in my home. Please leave.
But without me, your son won't get out of jail. Nobody else thinks he's innocent. Are you really going to put your pride over your son's life?
And now you insult me? You're really something special. I won't say it again. Get out!
Right, I think we'll just
I know he's there for them.
Rather suspicious,
like, oh
if you
no.
ask me. Perhaps her and Mr. Martin's religious practices aren't as innocent as they claim to be.
An interesting notion.
Do you guys
Well,
think I
can't
should
deny
save
that
scum?
The evidence against Mr. Martin is somewhat damning. If his mother was so sure of his innocence,
Did you,
she'd surely have
Brad?
explained what all those things behind the curtain
Maybe
are.
I'll just call
I don't
in
think Upton will
tomorrow.
appreciate being proven wrong. But like fellows said,
Better just get back
facts
on
are
the
facts.
plane. Was it a good plane ride? It's just a quick trip, isn't it? All right, we'll load.
Aren't you going to have your tea, Mr. Fordham?
I'm afraid I just remembered something important I need to look into. Perhaps later.
Suit yourself.
Just a quick pop over. Pip pip cheerio. Should we go to the university? Yeah, so much to
So
see.
we've journeyed to the tropics.
So many
I don't know how
places
you
to
can stand
be.
to keep that coat on in here.
Garlics.
What more can I say? The chains are rusted, the air reeks of mildew and air-fried chicken, and the sky beyond the iron bars is always cloudy. I assume freedom is coming soon, but what truly is freedom? Could a bird perhaps be more free inside its cage than outside? Do rules bring liberty? I, for one, do not for sure, but I do know that this madness is ending soon, and I can perhaps get some pancakes before one of the other zealots in here drags me back down to this mundane hell. Happy Friday.
Happy Friday, Gullix. Thank you. Thank you so much. And Sect, thank you very much for gifting Gullix that 6-month subscription and keeping him stuck in our dungeon.
These flowers are definitely not native to this area.
Thank you,
They
thank
seem to be
you.
thriving in their glass tubes.
Rev, good morning. Morning.
One of those cute little... Judging from that pipe, that could...
Nothing too exciting, I don't
I've
think.
never seen a flower grow that big. What do you suppose they're feeding them?
Pardon the disturbance, but are you Juliet Montgomery?
I am. And you are?
Miles Fordham. I'm a private investigator looking into the events surrounding your mother's attempted murder.
Ah, of course.
Have you got time to answer some questions?
So she's
Yes,
the
that shouldn't be a
girlfriend of the guy that's in jail. She doesn't look too concerned, I'll be honest.
Do you know anything about the events leading up to your mother's premature interment?
No.
Freedom is
it
the
was a
ability to
complete
listen
shock.
to Badger talk
Mother
about
seemed to be
bodily
perfectly
functions,
healthy and full
even
of
if you
life.
don't want to.
Then, without warning, she was dead. Or so we thought.
I guess you have the
take it you were
choice.
glad to be wrong?
Choice not to
What
want
a
to.
ridiculous question. Of course I was. What
She's
sort of
lying.
heartless beast would celebrate their mother's death?
She's
I
lying.
could name a few. Juliet definitely didn't shed any tears over Madame Dupre,
Thank you,
though.
Pixels.
That
Thank
much is
you.
obvious.
Miss Montgomery, you don't have to lie to me. I'm not going to assume you tried killing your mother just because you weren't upset by her death.
I felt terrible about it. You have to understand, I didn't want her to be dead. I just felt a sense of relief. Please, don't think me a horrible person, Mr. Fordham. It's just that Mother and I aren't currently on the best of terms.
I want to ask about Albert.
Why don't you and your mother get along?
We've never completely
Yeah, we
seen
kind
eye
of
to eye
do.
on
We've got the
anything.
same, like,
She always
jaw
disapproved
and
of anything
nose.
I did. When I was younger, she used to forbid me from speaking to the servants. I saw no harm in a kind word or smile, but she warned us that if we were too familiar, they would take liberties. Then when I declared my intentions to pursue academic studies, she really went livid. In her opinion, a university
very much.
education
Oh,
was
thank you very
tantamount to a
much.
destiny belt. What sort of
Hang
man
on.
would want a wife
Thank
with a
you
head
very,
full of
very
useless
much.
facts, she'd say.
Personally, I've always found intelligence
Lads,
to be
if you
quite
would
attractive.
like to be
I
in with a
assume your
chance
mother
to
didn't
win
approve of your
a
involvement with
beautiful
Mr. Martin?
curious mouse pad,
Rather
please
forward
exclamation mark
question,
enter
Mr.
in
Fordham.
chat. Thank you very much,
You're
Anonymous,
not
for gifting that to chat.
I'm not sure how she managed to find out about Albert and me, but when she did, she nearly had a conniption. As I'm sure you can understand, the situation at home has been less than perfect in the last few months. I'd really rather not dwell on it.
I can't tab out of this game as easily as I would like to. Yeah, exclamation mark enter in chat, lads, for a chance to win it. Thank you. Thank you very much for pinning that, bread.
You mentioned you were friends with the servants.
Yes, that's right. I didn't care that they worked for us. Everyone needs a friend.
Did your mother ever mistreat them?
Mistreat? No, I wouldn't say so.
Okay.
She was always very stern, though, and quite cold. If they ever shirked their duties or misbehaved, they were punished, of course, but nothing out of the ordinary that I ever saw. Most of the servants are my friends, but I'm closest with Amelie, the kitchen maid. Mother wasn't too happy about that. Amelie's been around as long as I can remember.
She doesn't
She's
want
like
to talk
the
to
aunt I
us.
never had.
Amelie didn't
What
want
can
to
you
talk
tell me
to
about
us.
Albert Martin?
I'm not quite sure where to begin.
Why not start by telling me what your relationship with him was?
We met here at the greenhouse. He
She
was
seems
working as an
genuinely
assistant,
nice, I
sweeping
thought.
and cleaning and fetching things for the students. My focus was on academics, naturally. I wasn't too interested in romance. In fact, I've had to turn away nearly every single one of my classmates. But with Albert, I found myself intrigued. I noticed him stealing glances, lingering just a bit too long after bringing over a book or flask, sweeping the same patch of floor near me over and over again. It wasn't too long before I had him bringing me tools and equipment regularly.
It wasn't too long before I started using him.
As I mentioned, Mother was an absolute terror when she found out.
Do you believe Mr. Martin did what he stands accused of?
I'm not entirely sure. It doesn't seem like him, but Albert can be quite passionate. If the police believe he's to blame, then they must have a reason for it. It wasn't any secret that he hated Mother. Perhaps I should have ended things sooner. It was satisfying to know that Mother was
Oh
displeased,
no, did
but
you use
I
him?
never imagined it would lead to something like
Did
this.
she
Well,
use
it's nice
him?
to see she's all heart.
Did she use him to piss off her mum? Great.
So, you study botany. Fascinating subject.
Are you an admirer of plants, Mr. Fordham?
She doesn't seem like
My
a
wife
murderer
has the green
either,
thumb in the
though.
household, but I do have a certain appreciation for them.
Plants are amazing things. Just like people in
I don't
many
know.
ways.
Maybe she
How do
does.
you mean?
They need attention and care. Ignore a plant, and it will wither. Give it too much attention, and it will become sick. Plants have many
Rev!
things to teach us.
Congratulations.
And I greatly enjoy learning from them.
Now you're no longer badgerless. Thank you very, very much, Anonymous. Thank you for gifting that. Thank you. And Rev, I hope you like it. I wonder if she plotted to kill her mum and then is just happy that Albert is now taking the
What can you
flak
tell me
for
about
it.
your brother?
Andrew, Mama's precious little boy. If you've met him, you pretty much know all you need to. He's had the whole world handed to him on a silver platter. But he's in for
I'm
a rude
glad you
awakening
like it.
someday. Mother can only provide for him for so
Let me
long.
write down Albert.
These plants are impressive. Are they yours?
Yes, I've developed a method to make them extra healthy and strong.
They're larger than anything I've ever seen. How do you do it?
Ah, but I can't reveal my secrets, Mr. Fordham. The world will hear about my discovery soon enough.
Incidentally, do
Yeah,
you
the
know
mouse
anything about
mat
Easter lilies?
No, I don't
produced
keep or grow those.
hallucinogenics.
No more
So you
questions
think
for
you're
now.
seeing
But
clips?
if you don't mind, I have work to do.
Okay. Is that Eastern lilies or Easter lilies? Because I might have misheard. Easter, okay.
Egad! Is this someone's room or a
So this
jungle?
is her
Quite
room.
a fascinating array of plants in here. Not to mention the machinery on the table.
Seems like Juliet is very interested in getting extra credit.
Brett, I've
Wonder
heard
what
that
sort of
human
fertilizer or
feces
growth
are
time
pretty
these
good
plants are
for
getting.
fertilizer.
Whatever it is, it's definitely working.
A chocolate mini milk. Yes. Why not make it a double? Stick two together. Lick one side of one and the other side and then... Heard from where? None of your business.
That's
None of your
quite the
business why I'm looking up
collection.
this stuff.
It almost puts Adelaide's to shame.
All impeccably cataloged and organized as well, which makes the two missing volumes stand out even more.
What's
That's
missing
quite the-
then?
All
What's missing? You can't just say it stands out.
That's quite
all.
I guess he doesn't know what's missing
Those
because
are
they're
the most
missing.
vibrant flowers we've seen in a while. I bet they smell extra.
Yes, they certainly do.
It's a good thing you're the one with the nose.
Oh, look at all this mold. Lovely.
This plant, they appear to be scientific.
That makes two of us.
Ooh! Crikey. Rev, I hope you enjoy it. That scared me.
They appear to be scientific.
That makes.
All right, so
They're
we've
just
got
doing what
some
flies do best.
flying.
Well, now, this is interesting.
Effects. Flora. Aethic effects. Larger, more vibrant flowers. Chlorophyll production seemingly triples. Root systems strengthen, increasing capacity to absorb nutrients. Conclusion: plants thrive from exposure to small etheric currents. Further experiments are needed to determine the long-term effects. Oh, there we go. On flies, brain is clearly affected, introducing a trance-like state. Muscle control lost. Wings flap in predictable pattern. Conclusion: if animals with greater cognitive ability, including humans, are exposed to specific quantities of aethericity, they will go into a stupor, appearing unresponsive or dead. Okay. Who was this woman's name? I'll just write daughter.
Nice!
Zoe! Thank you! Gotta stop doing that to me. I'm tired today, so... Oh, waking me up. She was researching effects of aethericity on the brain.
Nice!
Thank you! It's like getting defibrillated. They carry a lot of diseases, so it should be treated. Oh shit, Brett, I was like, what? Yeah, I've can't you get pretty sick from eating human feces? Not that I'd know, just just saying.
Nice!
Thank you, Pixels. Thank you. Okay, researching effects of aethericity.
Nice!
Thank you, Loss. Thank you. Aethericity on the brain.
This is a holy place.
That was quite relaxing. It's nice to, nice to remember that. It's a holy place. Ooh. I'm so tired, guys. You guys. Thank you very much. Just a little jog to get the blood pumping. Can cause stupor, death-like state. Okay.
Looks like you're not quite strong enough to tackle this exercise yet.
Living is just exercise, isn't it?
Just a bunch of technical
Oh,
nonsense.
jeez.
I can't understand a word of it.
Thank you.
We'll all
Thank
be
you,
dead
Tullies.
by the time you solve this.
That's because you guys keep giving me a shock. How would they have gotten this woman to be shocked by
I have
this,
no
though?
idea, nor desire to know what purpose that thing has. Oh, would you look at that? Oh. Etheric pressure. What a bunch of nonsense.
The music sounds a bit Sherlock Holmesy,
I'm
doesn't it?
guessing they're probably full of more scientific...
Okay. But I suppose someone could have Someone could have come in here, stolen those books, and taken the research themselves. Okay. Let's just visit the jail. Let's ask this lad
Could I ask you some?
It's
about his mum's back room. Oh,
Albert, did you hate Madame Dupre?
The woman is cruel, sadistic, and bigoted. When she found out about my relationship with Juliet, she sent me a letter.
Yeah, we
threatening
found that
to have me
letter.
killed if I got near her house or her daughter. So yes, Mr. Fordham, I hated her, but even so,
nice.
I love her daughter. I wouldn't be so cruel
Thank
as
you,
to take
Shitflat.
Juliet's mother away from her, even if she hated her too.
Well,
I beg your pardon?
she doesn't
Juliet
love
and her mother
you.
didn't get along at all. I never asked why, but it was obvious there was something going on.
Intriguing.
That's all for now.
You could go back to Juliet. It seems like it doesn't particularly matter what order we're doing this in. Oh, shit. I thought it would matter a little bit more. Hello, I'm back.
Hello again, Miss Montgomery. Mind answering a few more questions?
Hello, Mr. Fordham. Not at all.
Do you know anything about ethericity, Miss Montgomery?
I should have saved
You
before I asked.
surprised me, Mr. Fordham. I had no idea someone of your profession would know or care about something like that.
I'm
I've found
very
that
big
it
brain.
pays to be open-minded.
To answer your question, yes, I am familiar with the theory of ethericity. In fact, it's recently become a focus of my studies. Despite what the newspapers have been reporting, it's already possible to access it in small quantities from the air around us.
Okay.
Have you conducted any experiments?
No, my research has been purely theoretical.
Mm,
I don't have the means to do anything practical, I'm afraid.
Deceiver, dissembler, her trousers are alight. I can't understand why Juliet might not want to make her research public, though.
I don't want to ask her about them.
No more questions for now.
Then if you don't mind, I have work to do.
What do you guys think? I feel like...
It's Friday. Streaming will be a chilled and relaxing way to finish my week in Bachelor.
We are chat, and we think not. And are you?
Is that what it sounds like when chat laughs? Thank you, Pixels. Thank you. That's what I'm going to think of every time I see the lol emote now. Oh, dear. I don't know how to spell it. I think that's it. Yeah, I don't want to accuse the guy in the cell. I feel like... He doesn't give me the vibes that he did it. Neither of these actually give me the vibes that they've done it. Oh, wrong place. Where is that
Simon,
thing
I'm sure
about the vigor?
Dr. Tennyson's vigor pills. Absolutely guaranteed to restore vitality, youth, and vigor, or your money back. For use by
I think
men
someone might have
only. These
broken
things seem to have
in.
had a spike in popularity recently.
You think Bill did it?
Go on,
So,
I'm listening.
you know what? I was wondering if we were going to end up being a criminal that kind of, you know, when our wife is like we were talking in our sleep. Nice! Thank you very
Happy
much!
for day. Here's some nuggies for Greg and Suzu and some clear broth for Badger.
So I get a little bit of gruel. Thank you very, very, very much, Lost. Thank you very much for the £25. Thank you. That's very kind of you. Thank you. Greg and Suze with their pile of nuggets and me with my broth. Please, sir, can I have some milkshake? Thank you so much. That's very kind of you.
This chat is
Thank
getting
you.
too out of hand. People are pushing the boundaries too much. I can't even recognize this stream anymore. We need to get back to basics.
Thank you very much, Galux. I can't hear that thwomp without thinking of that now. I can't. You've ruined Mario Kart for me. Absolutely ruined. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, both of you. Lost, thank you very much. Thank you. Yeah, I was thinking maybe Bill is controlling us and that we're going out and committing murders while we're asleep, like a Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde situation.
I wanted to go over the case with you.
Okay, what have you got?
Madame Dupre's son isn't being very helpful.
Is he refusing to talk?
More like incapable.
I just wanted to...
The family doctor has him pretty well drugged to the gills. I need to find some way to perk him up.
Well, you know, we are in a coffee house.
I have a feeling it will take something a touch more powerful than coffee. That's enough about the case for now.
Okay.
That's it, I think.
Oh, that's enough.
Then you'd better get back to it.
I need those vigor pills.
All that...
Well, apparently your asshole ingests caffeine better than your throat. It's quicker.
I don't know him. Must be a recent addition to the force. Well, at least he won't recognize you.
Good day to you, officer.
Good day, sir. How may I be of assistance?
Sure is a nice day to be walking around the cemetery, wouldn't you agree?
I guess, if you're into that sort of thing. Personally, the noise those bugs are making is starting to drive me crazy.
Would you mind letting me in the tomb, please?
Afraid I can't do that, sir. This tomb is currently part of a police investigation and ain't available for visits until further notice.
But it's my dearly departed Aunt Hester's birthday today, and I always bring her flowers.
I'm sorry, sir.
I don't have any flowers on me.
Come back in a few days. I can assure you, your aunt won't have gone anywhere.
Good day to you, officer.
Afraid, please.
Oh, I fucked it up! I needed to tell him someone was getting mugged! Okay. We're off. Alright, someone's getting mugged. Always just chuck it through my rectum.
Good day, sir. How may I be of assistance?
Oh, dear.
Sure is a nice day to be walking around the cemetery, wouldn't you agree?
I guess, if you're into that sort of thing.
Well, maybe you'd like it a lot more, I would not, even if you tried it a different way. Just make sure you don't get nothing with too much sugar, it stings.
Would you...
Afraid this...
I think I saw someone being mugged at the front entrance.
Nice try, sir. But that's clearly a bunch of bull. You're just trying to get me to step away so you can go inside the tomb.
What? No, I would never do such a thing.
In any case, there's another officer stationed at the entrance, so if there was somebody being mugged, he'd see it for sure.
Well, at the very least, it's nice to see the department is hiring competent officers who aren't easily fooled.
Good day to you, officer.
Afraid I ain't got... Please.
If only that police officer wasn't... Nice view of the river from up here. Looks like people have left mark. You maybe...
Good day to you, officer.
Afraid I... Please.
Okay, lying didn't work either. Maybe I just reload. I don't want to have been discovered lying. Yeah, so I was hoping I could go to... Oh, shit. That lady and be like, can I get rid of the guard? But she isn't... She didn't give me the chance to ask her.
Can we?
Go on.
I wanted.
Okay.
I seem to have hit a roadblock. There's an officer
Now it
posted
will.
at Dupre's family tomb. He won't let me in.
Makes sense. Who's the officer?
I've never seen him before. He's young, has a small scar over his left eye, and a distinct Dixie accent.
Ah, yes. That would be Officer Grant. He's only been with the department for about 2 months. I don't know a lot about him, but he's already got the reputation for being the type of policeman who'd go out of his way to help old ladies
Oh,
cross the street.
nice!
Typical Southern gentleman, it seems. Perhaps you can use that to your advantage?
Okay.
That's enough of
Okay.
In minor
That's it, I
league
think.
baseball food news, the Hartford
Oh,
Yard Goats
yeah?
have unveiled the all-new Float Your Goat, which is a quarter-pound all-beef hot dog with chopped peppers, onions, bacon, and brown mustard, submerged in a glass of 100% whole goat milk.
Submerged? In the... They should have made it a goat hot dog, shouldn't they? Like the meat of the hot dog be made out of goat. So it comes of a... Is that a... Can I look that up, Gullux? Can I see can I see a picture of that? There isn't a picture of it. Oh, it might be early April Fools. That I'm honestly not a fan of April Fools. Perhaps because I'm too kind of like easily taken in.
Good day to you,
I'm like,
officer.
wow,
Hey,
and then I get
stop
disappointed.
idle chats, please.
I might need to... Okay, lads, right. Yeah, could you put a picture in Discord? Hang on, I'm gonna load after here. I'm gonna go talk to that guy. Do I want to hint? In a minute, I think. I'm gonna now go talk to her. Yeah, American baseball food is so fascinating. The weird, wacky stuff
That's it.
that is sold at baseball stadiums. Is it in the food? Oh, I'm gonna cheekily check Discord. I know I usually say, I don't check Discord while I'm streaming, but I need to see the goat, the float your goat. Is it in the beer food on it? Oh my god. Wow. Yeah, that is. Float your goat. A 1/4 pound all beef hot dog with chopped peppers, onions, bacon, and brown mustard submerged in a glass of 100% whole goat milk. So what makes me think it isn't real is that it's served in a glass. And as far as I'm aware, you're not, like, you can't serve glass at stuff like stadiums and stuff. Because if people drop it, they break it. Yeah, what do you mean they're not actually filming the live-action Zelda movie? I 100% believe it, and then I get so disappointed. All right, can I have a hint? I would not even... Yeah. Oh, no. Football stadium food in England. Oh, what's the worst thing you've seen, Shitflap?
Good day, sir. How may I be of a...
Maybe someone who we really trust can help us. What, the mum?
Sure is nice.
I get purse.
Would you
afraid this?
I'll just keep having.
Okay. Yeah, maybe the mum. Not the university. This one. Someone we trust.
Welcome back, Mr.
Well, Bill is someone we trust.
I've got a... Thank you for...
State fair food. I've seen some videos of people eating their way through state fairs. everything's just so large. Deep fried ball of butter? No. That's like frying.
Go on, I'm listening.
That's frying fat in fat, though.
I wanted to go.
Okay.
I seem to have hit a.
Makes.
I've never.
Yeah. I don't know a lot about it. Typical Southern.
Madame Du.
Is he
more like in? I need to.
Well.
I have a. That's enough.
Okay.
That's it.
Then.
But I've spoken to her. She's the only person who I trust. No. If only we knew a pretty lady. Oh, wife.
Is he up and about again?
We're married. I forgot. Hello, my wife.
Ah, home at last.
It's always nice to see you walk through
Covered
that
in
door.
cheese as well. You know, they could just do deep fried cheese. That would work just as good. Deep fried butter.
Yes, dear?
I'm still a bit horrified that people put butter in their coffee.
Do you know anything about Madame Dupre?
I've read that the Dupreys are one of the few wealthy families that exclusively employ real people to serve. Rather commendable, don't you think?
Yes. It makes it even more baffling why she was attacked.
Well, she wasn't actually
Have you
that
heard
nice.
Any gossip from your clients? Anything about who might have wanted to harm her?
Nothing. She's held in the highest regard by the other Grand Dames. If she had
Yeah,
actually
isn't it called
died,
something
I
like
would have
a
expected them to
bullet
petition
coffee
her
or something?
canonization.
I was wondering if you could do me a favor.
What is it?
There's an officer posted in front of Madame Dupre's family tomb, and I need to get a look inside. Could you use your wiles and charm to distract him?
My wiles and charm.
No. Oh, a bulletproof coffee.
You are irresistible, darling.
What's
I'm
this
sure
supposed
he
to do
wouldn't
to
turn away
you?
a lady in need. Say you've gotten lost in the cemetery and ask him
Because
to
it
show you the way
shoots
out.
right through
Would
you.
you really be tricking a police officer like that?
There's no harm in it, and I won't be but
Oh,
a moment
dear.
inside. It's in a good cause.
All right, let's go then.
Because it would essentially lube up your inside so the coffee comes straight out.
Excuse me, officer. I was wondering if you could help me?
What do you want?
I seem to have gotten all turned around. Do you have any idea how to get to the front gate?
My suggestion would be to turn around and head back the way you came.
Yes, I've tried that, but I seem to just be going in circles. Perhaps you could point me in the right direction?
Stop right there. That's quite enough from you.
I beg your pardon?
Don't think I can't tell what your game is. You're trying to lure me away from here and into some alley where your gang of Sambos is gonna rob me blind. Exactly how many of them have you got lying in wait for poor unsuspecting fools you bring them?
Just
What a rude man.
And he doesn't appreciate you talking to his wife that way.
Yeah, you
Miles,
get him,
sometimes I
Miles!
forget how absolutely delightful it is to watch you lose your head.
Miles, was that really necessary?
I'm sorry, Addie. You know how I get with people whose minds are full of that rubbish.
Let's just get him out of sight before
That
the
lady
plan
said he was a
puts us in
gentleman.
jail. That bush over there should work. I have to say, I wasn't expecting assaulting a policeman to be on today's activity list.
It'll be fine. When you're on the force as long as I was, you can pretty much get away with murder.
Although I think you may have already used up that privilege.
Well, it's been fun, but I need to take my
I feel
wiles
bad
and
that we even
charm
brought her
over to my
here.
appointment with Mrs. Lefebvre. I'll see you at home later, dear. Try to stay out of trouble.
See you later. Well, in we go. Oh, wow.
What a dramatic statue.
This
I'm
is
rather
beautiful.
surprised no one has defaced it.
Wow.
I suppose the whole heaven shining down upon the tomb motif is good for the dead people's
The
self-esteem.
rain would be awful, though.
This must be what was going to be Madame Dupre's final resting place.
I don't see anything inside.
What, were you expecting a note from her attacker?
No, but I was hoping for some kind of clue at the very least.
These crypts
Oh,
are
might be a
reserved for
window.
future generations of Chestertons
Forgot
to
that
ride.
glass
There are only
existed. I'm
3 left.
sorry.
And let's hope the Chestertons aren't opposed to spending eternity cozied up
I
to
was
one
like,
another.
man. man, guys. Open top
These
two.
crypts are reserved for future generations of Chestertons to rot in.
There are only
Because I did
3
think
left.
that
And let's hope the Chestertons aren't opposed to spending eternity cozied up to one another.
some rain on the angel would look pretty cool. Yeah, no, they're like, I think a lot of people are like horrifically racist
That nest is full of eggs. But where's the mother bird?
during this. I don't know how
Always assuming
accurate
the worst, aren't you, Miles?
this is to like the time period it's set in. So we are 1844 is the year that we're in. So I don't know how, because obviously this is a fantastical, well, not fantastical, but it's not a real place we're in at the moment. Yeah, in some areas it seems really progressive, but in other areas it doesn't. Like, it's got, yeah, it's not.
Dale Chesterton, 1795 to 1843. A good man. Rest in peace.
He died a year before.
Sarah Chesterton, 1784 to 1812. I told you I was sick.
Oh my God.
Jane Scott Chesterton, 1746 to 1815. Ab Eterno. Desmond Chesterton, 1745 to 1810. Strong in life, stronger in death. Celine, 1823 to 1844. Taken too soon, rest ye with the angels. Celine, 1823
That's the same
to
year that we're
1844.
in.
Taken too soon, rest ye with the angels.
1823.
John Patrick Chesterton, 1740 to 1825. Patriarch, leader, family man. William Arthur Chesterton, 1770 to 1837. Gone but never forgotten. Douglas Chesterton, 1791 to 1840. Good riddance.
These crypts are reserved for future generations of Chestertons to rot in.
There are only 3
lovely.
left.
Then let's hope the Chestertons aren't opposed. What a dramatic statue.
This framing is
I'm rather
very
surprised
cool.
no one has defaced it. That nest is full of eggs.
Perhaps
always a
eggs.
What a dramatic statue.
Well, I mean, this wasn't as helpful as I thought it was going to be. Oh, like, yeah, rate the smegs. Where I can't be bothered. Shouldn't have done that coffee enema. Okay. Let's head back to the manor.
Well, they're vast.
Maybe we can talk to the doctor about the vigor pills, actually. Let's go back out. There goes the neighborhood.
This quack hasn't gotten anything. Her eyes are. If we didn't.
Maybe we can ask him about the vigor pills.
I have some questions for you.
Oh, goody.
I found this bottle of pills upstairs. Are they yours?
Hey, Toa!
Yes, I take those from time to time when I'm feeling tired.
You seem to be out.
Yes, that is a pity.
Where do you usually acquire them?
Oh, they're available by mail order only. I'll have to remember to request some later.
What can you tell me about your sister, Juliet?
I'm reminded of a famous quote, Mr. Fordham. Parting is such sweet sorrow. Let us part on good terms and avoid the subject altogether, please.
Thanks for your time.
No, thank you for yours.
Oh, you got the flu? Oh, Toa, no, take it easy. Close your eyes. Stay cool, but not too cool. You know, like, keep yourself warm, but also...
Who's a pretty bird?
Ray's a pretty bird.
Polly want a cracker?
No, thank you.
Pieces of 8?
Hi, matey.
Hey, Dean! Good
Who's a
morning.
pretty bird?
Ray's a pretty bird.
Alright.
So long.
Maybe she'll talk to us now.
Pardon me, miss.
I told you I'm very...
Amelie, please.
Now I know her
You
name.
what you know about Madame Dupre.
What?
How did you know
Just
my name?
turn out all the lights. Get under your covers. Have a fan pointed at your face. And like, "Oh, I really hope you feel better soon." Sometimes you just need days when you're ill, like where you sit there and you feel like a Victorian child, you know? It's how I feel when I'm ill. Yeah, keep hydrated as well.
Juliet told me about you.
Miss Juliet?
Yes, I spoke to her at the university. She mentioned you two were friends.
Yes, that's right. She's always been so good to me.
Look, Amelie, I'm just trying to get some information.
Yeah.
And I have a feeling you can be very helpful if you just let me talk to you.
All right, fine. But do it as fast as you can.
Okay, cool.
Tell me about Madame Dupre.
Oh, I really shouldn't, sir.
It would greatly help my investigation if you did.
Madame Dupre was kind enough to hire me as her cook. It's
Brad,
hard
have a
to
good
get
meeting.
jobs in the
I'll
city.
see you in a minute.
Lots of people want their servants to use those new machines. My sister's brother-in-law got half his leg blown off by one of those new ovens. He's lucky he wasn't killed. So I'm plenty happy working here doing real people's work. But Madam can be difficult sometimes.
Difficult? What do you mean by that?
No, I said enough.
What do you know about Madame Dupre's supposed death?
All I can tell you is that whoever did it really hated her.
Do you know Albert Martin, the man accused of the crime?
No, I'm sorry.
That was a weird thing to say. Whoever did it really hated her. What would make you say that?
What can you tell me about Andrew?
He ain't so bad. Kinda spoiled, but he mostly cleans up after himself. Has a whole private part of the house.
Wow.
But I think he only uses one room. Better for me. Way less to clean.
What do you know about Juliet?
She was always so kind to me and the others, but her mother don't like that one bit. Still, she sneaks down into the kitchen to keep me company some nights. Even though she's a good soul, I think part of her does it just to spite her mother.
Okay.
Are you the only remaining servant here?
No, there's another one, Marcel. He's the new gardener. I haven't seen him in a few days, though. Not since before Madam's incident.
Okay.
Thank you, Amelie. I appreciate it.
So we have a new
You're welcome.
suspect.
Now, please, let me get back to work.
Marcel. Right. No, I know it's really a sign of love, but I just felt like, you know, maybe they didn't really hate her. Maybe they just hated her a little bit.
This quack.
Oh, I keep thinking that's the coffee shop because she kind of looks like our... I suppose they don't really look that similar, but...
We haven't anything to discuss right now, Forda.
Oh.
Come back when you've got something for me.
Let's talk to Juliet about Marcel, because if he is a gardener, perhaps she'll know something about him.
Hello again, Miss.
Hello.
I don't want to ask about the experiments. Not yet, anyway. Because I think after I ask her about those, she'll stop talking to me. Maybe she won't. Maybe we'll talk to Albert.
Nothing else?
Oh, nothing else to ask
Watching
him.
you like a hawk.
Okay, watching me like a hawk. And the mum doesn't have anything to say either.
I've got a...
Because I don't want to ask her about the back room because she sends us out in anger otherwise. Could pop home and talk to my wife. Oh, she's not home.
If there isn't a pair of scissors or a hairbrush in Adelaide's hands, you can bet there'll be a book.
I don't know what more there is to find. Like the vigor pills? Maybe there's some lying on the floor somewhere. Maybe I've missed something.
Do you suppose that's for the bird? Or
She left so I couldn't pull her into my shenanigans. I just need some bigger pills. Oh yeah, there's this. It's a do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, do. So I was wondering whether what we're supposed to be spelling with it. Dead? I'm looking at I've got it written down where the do, re, mi is. Does anyone have any clues what this might be? Yeah, someone's favorite song.
Locked.
there doesn't seem to be much else. I've never seen so many.
It's actually a harpsichord, Pixels. Yeah, I didn't know if it had anything to do with the books.
Doesn't appear to be very brief if there's 2 volumes of it. I wonder if anyone outside the family would find this even remotely interesting.
No, we can't talk to the lady. What was her first husband's name? Andrew Shepherd.
Nothing else of interest in there. You've got some huge bags. Ooh, a fainting couch. You know, I always wanted one of these, but I never fainted enough to justify buying one. A horrible little porcelain figure.
There's nothing useful to the investigation.
Mary Had a Little Lamb. I don't think I could play any of them. Or any songs. Oh. I did take piano lessons.
Why would anyone need so many flowers?
Perhaps it's the man.
Years ago. Don't remember any of it.
This quack. Her eyes are glazed. If we did. This.
don't know what to do, lads. We could maybe push her on this if we save before we do it. Yeah, we did. I'm pretty sure we did. I went back and I couldn't get anything else.
Hello again, Miss
Hello.
Miss Montgomery, please don't lie to me. I know you've been conducting experiments with ethericity. I've seen the room you're renting on Forest Lane.
What? But how?
I don't have a walkthrough open. Your brother? Should we throw him under the bus?
Your brother told me about your experiments. He said you haven't exactly been discreet.
Ugh, that gossip. I'm going to have a word with him.
Now please, drop the act and tell me about your experiments.
Fine. I've been researching etheric effects on living organisms. I'm planning on presenting my discoveries to the board once I make more progress. So far, I've managed to discover that plant growth is accelerated significantly. It's given me quite the advantage in class.
But isn't that cheating?
No, it's not cheating.
How difficult it's been for me to be taken seriously, Mr. Fordham. No matter how hard I tried, my work wasn't valued on its own merits by my peers or professors. I fought hard to get where I am. I wasn't about to lose all that just because some pig-headed idiots didn't think my best was good enough.
That sounds awfully familiar.
What about your notes on the effects of ethericity on animals?
Oh, those aren't complete. I haven't tested the effects on anything larger than flies. Those experiments were mainly to satisfy my curiosity, but they have little to do with my actual research.
Okay.
Curiosity? Seems like a lot of effort to go to just to answer a question. But then, I never really understood these scientific types.
No more questions for now.
Oh, I've never eaten any pumpkins. Well, she didn't seem to react badly.
We haven't anything to discuss right now, Fordham. Come back when you've got something for me.
Seems like they have a little... all that metal and tubing. Dr. Tennyson's... He's thinking...
I feel like maybe we missed something in the tomb. I felt like we didn't really get anything from it. Like, yeah, you know, empty tomb, but... Yeah, she's an awful hint system. I'm like, help me, and she's like, we've spoken about everything. Investigate the Chesterton tomb. Question the residents of the manor. So, it says I haven't finished investigating, but...
She always assume... I suppose the whole...
Don't see anything else to click.
This must...
I don't see...
What? Were you expecting a note?
No, but I was hoping for some kind of clue at the very least.
There just doesn't seem to be anything here. My wife's still not back home either. I'm, no. Just says find a stimulant. And then here's the, it's benzo meth. It's meth. But I don't think we can mix our own. There's the parrot. Armor.
Looks
Oh
as
my
though
God.
this folded piece of paper is being used as a bookmark.
There was a piece of paper all along. Well, fucking pick it out
As
then!
remembering what page they were on wasn't so important.
Looks like it's a letter for Andrew.
Andrew encloses the agreed upon fee. I wouldn't be able to concentrate on the exams without this help. Dr. Tennyson charges an obscene amount. Thank goodness for people like you with home pharmacies. I look for them. I'll look for them in my usual spot under the weeping angel, Joshua. P.S. Sorry to hear about your mother. I'll wait a few days before passing by. So Andrew makes his own stimulants. It's like quest text, Jordan.
What a dramatic... Hang on.
There we go. It sucks that we couldn't have found
A
that
hidden
before.
compartment with a stash of pills inside. Seems Mr. Montgomery has a little business on the side.
Okay. Oh no, someone took your drugs. Could we not give her the stimulants? Do you think I should save? Yeah, maybe.
I have some Oh. You'll never believe what I found in your family's tomb.
Oh? Was it a ghost?
No, it was these
He's so
vigor
funny.
pills. You wouldn't happen to know how they got there, would you?
I see you really are good at your job, aren't you, Mr. Fordham?
Look, Andrew, I'm in no mood for games.
What you're doing is highly illegal. I have no choice but to report you. I'm willing to overlook your unlawful activities in exchange for your cooperation. Right? Well, yeah.
I'm willing to overlook your unlawful activities in exchange for your cooperation.
Fine, but you have to understand, I'm not exactly feeling myself right now.
I understand perfectly, which is why I need you to take one of these pills.
I suppose one would help. Thank you.
Yeah, we would double cross him later.
My goodness, I always forget how fast those pills work. My heart is racing. You said you had questions, didn't you? Well, go on, ask them already. We mustn't waste any more time.
I recognize his voice actor
That seems to have
too.
done the trick. I just hope we haven't doomed him to a heart attack.
Ah, it's a problem for future us.
What can you tell me about Madame Dupre?
I can't believe anyone would be so cruel as to do what that wretched bastard Martin did to her. Mother is kind and generous, and everyone loves her.
So
She's
he
even
doesn't
good
seem
enough
to
hire
know
actual people to do the housework.
what his mum's
Not
actually
many wealthy
like.
Families do that, you know. They just use automated machines or hire servants to operate the manual ones.
Okay.
How do you typically spend your days, Mr. Montgomery? What are your interests?
I study pharmacology at the university. I'll be graduating next year if all goes well. I just hope Mother has recovered enough by then to understand what's going on. She and Jean were so proud of me when I started
Jean.
university. I'd be
Oh, that's
so
her third
disappointed
husband.
if she couldn't see me finish.
I take it Jean is your stepfather.
He is. Mother married him 5 years after my father died of consumption.
My condolences. Do you have a
Is
good relationship
consumption
with
the
him?
same as
Not terribly.
tuberculosis?
Truth is, I hardly ever see him. In fact, before the funeral, I hadn't seen him at all this month.
Where is he now?
I don't know for certain, but it seems likely he's at his hunting cabin.
It's fine
His
then.
hunting cabin.
Yes, he often goes there. It's his way of leaving polite society behind and spending time with his thoughts. Considering what Mother just went through, well, I would guess that's where he's gone. Although, to be honest, I don't know why he's not here with Mother in her time of need.
Why do people run away from their problems instead of facing them? Why, Miles?
Do you know where this cabin is?
Afraid not. I don't share his passions, so I never cared much to accompany him on his outings.
Maybe the daughter has.
What can you tell me about your sister, Juliet?
Juliet, smart as a whip and just as forgiving. She's a
Ew,
fighter,
why does he
that
say it
one.
like
Despite
that?
being the only woman in her class, she's managed to rank at the top.
Impressive.
He seems quite
I only
proud.
wish Mother was more accepting of Juliet going to university. But you don't want to hear about boring family matters, I'm sure.
Oh, but family matters are my favorite. It's always so reassuring to know how much worse off everyone else is.
Yeah.
What exactly were the circumstances
And I'm
leading up to
nosy.
your mother's supposed death?
A few days ago, I arrived home from school and found her collapsed on the floor. She wasn't breathing, so I immediately contacted Dr. Fellows. He examined her and pronounced her dead. We were all completely shocked. I was devastated. She'd been in fine health. In fact, she'd just been out riding that morning.
She'd been out
Our
riding.
surprise at the funeral when she sprang back to life.
Okay.
What's your relationship with the servants like?
Relationship? I don't have one with them. They're servants. Mother always made it clear that they weren't part of the family, just help. We've only got 2 on staff right now, though, the kitchen girl and the gardener.
How is it you know Albert
I want to
Martin?
find the
He
gardener.
works at the greenhouse where my sister Juliet does her research. The 2 of them were involved romantically, and Mother didn't like that at all. I heard their fights. They were ghastly.
What exactly made you suspect he was the one responsible for what happened to your mother?
Well, I mean, it's obvious, isn't it? His mother's a notorious voodoo witch. Those people do all sorts of awful things to our kind. It's all out of spite, you know. He knew Mother disapproved of his relationship with Juliet, so he plotted to get rid of her.
So, you're running some kind of pill business on the side?
I'm providing a service, Mr. Fordham. Not everyone in
actually.
this life is as lucky as I am. People pay top crown for luxuries like airship tickets and social club memberships. Medicine should be affordable to all. Dr. Tennyson has a patent on the energy pill formula and thus a monopoly on the market. That means he can charge whatever he wants. Students use these kinds of pills all the time, you know. Academic rigors can be overwhelming, and concentrating can be difficult without help sometimes. I've got the skills and the equipment. If I can replicate the formula, help my fellow students, and sell them at a much more reasonable price, why shouldn't I?
Okay.
There's the fact that what you're doing is illegal.
Oh, you're starting to sound just like Mother. And just because it's illegal doesn't mean it's immoral. I can think of plenty of examples where the opposite is true.
You're probably the most altruistic
can't
person I've met all
tell.
month.
Is
The
he a
sad part
bad
is it's
guy or not? I
That's a
can't
rather exotic bird
decide.
you've got.
Yes, Ray is nice when he's quiet. But get him started and it's tough to shut him up.
Who trained him?
I think he already knew some phrases when Mother bought him. She's managed to teach him a few new ones, though.
Thanks for your time.
My pleasure.
Alrighty then. Doesn't mean he's a bad guy just because he's a bad guy.
So long.
Alright.
Doctor, may I ask you a few questions?
Please be my guest.
Tell me what you know about Jean Dupre.
I'd rather not speak of him. Madame Dupre does not need to be agitated any further.
I take it you don't look very favorably upon him then.
I'll just say this. If my wife had been attacked and left for dead, you can be sure I wouldn't leave her side.
What a gentleman. He doesn't even leave women who aren't his wife.
I see what you mean. Do you know where I might find him?
I only wish I did.
Those are all the questions I've got for now.
I hope I answered them adequately.
I thought he was a bad guy, but I don't know. Let's go and ask the sister.
Hello again, Miss.
Hello.
Is there anything you can tell me about your stepfather, Jean?
He's a kind man. I don't really see him too often. He seemed rather upset at Mother's funeral, but I can't help but wonder if he feels the same way as I do about her death.
What do you mean?
Just that I get the distinct impression that he and Mother's marriage isn't as perfect as they'd like it to appear.
I'm starting to sense a trend here.
Your brother told me that Jean enjoys hunting. Do you know where his cabin is?
Yes, it's in Fenton Swamp. I went out there with him a few times, but I didn't really
I
enjoy
just
it.
don't know what his
Frankly,
motive for
the place is
murdering her
rather
would be.
grotesque. All those stuffed trophies staring at you with their cold, dead eyes. Plants are much nicer to have around. Anyway, if you take the main road through the swamp about 1.5 miles, you'll come upon a small dirt path that goes where it leads.
What would he
Take
get out
that
of
until
killing
you
his
see a
wife?
small
Like,
cabin on the left. That's it.
Thank you
other
for the
than if he
information,
just
Miss
didn't
Montgomery.
like her. But then why not actually
No
kill
more
her?
questions.
Then if you don't...
Like, why not actually poison her? Why just stupefy her and try to have her buried alive? Maybe that's all they had on hand, but it feels like it wouldn't be too difficult for a really rich man to get hold of some poison. Yeah, but why did he kill her in that specific
Hello?
way?
Is anyone here?
There's a gun
Strange
missing.
If Dupre to leave the door unlocked.
Oh, sorry.
Maybe it means he'll be returning soon.
Look, there's a gun missing.
One of the guns is missing.
Oh.
Jean must be out using it currently.
Unless he's dead.
Satchels, boxes, and other assorted boring things for hunting.
Let's see if Jean has anything interesting in here.
Not very much, except a letter.
Dear Jean, thank you so much for your help. To think that Mother would try to have me withdrawn from my studies is just unbelievable. Don't worry, I won't tell her you made the university change their mind. One attempt to ruin a life is quite enough. Oh.
Who the hell are you? What are you doing in my cabin?
Jean
Oh, he's
Dupre, I
French.
presume?
Yes, that's right. Who are you?
Miles Fordham, private investigator. I'm looking into the attempted murder of your wife.
Oh, yes. Yes, of course.
Oh, yeah, that little thing.
Forgive my rudeness, but you startled me.
Perfectly understandable, Mr. Dupre.
This is a man whose bark is most definitely worse than
I
his
would
bite.
also be concerned if I were her kids. I'd be worried that I'd get disinherited because they're not his kids. So you've got to think if their mother died, there's no reason for him to provide for them any longer.
Nasty run-in with an alligator, an absolute bore. Are these even native to New Britannia? You really have to wonder about someone who chooses to surround themselves. Not a very dignified end for our friend Mr. Bear. Some high society type in the middle of a hunt. I don't understand why anyone would get a... Seems Mr. Dupre is a Bollingworth man. Maybe he's not so bad after all.
Lots of empty alcohol. All right.
Can we talk, Mr. Dupre?
I suppose so. Yes.
Oh my God, what if he wanted to marry his stepdaughter? What if he wanted to kill his wife and marry his stepdaughter?
What can you tell me about Madame Dupre?
Oh, my dear wife. The past few days have been just awful for all of us.
Yes, I can imagine. How long have you been married?
For 7 wonderful years. Laura and I are just as much in love now as we were on the day we married.
Lord, does he actually expect anyone to believe that nonsense?
You'll pardon me for being so frank, Mr. Dupre. But why are you
Oh,
out
like a
hunting
good
on
parent.
your
Oh,
wife's
sorry.
side?
Excuse me?
I was like,
Who
oh,
are
seems
you
a bit
to lecture me
incestuous.
on my marriage?
A fellow married man.
Cheeky
that's
bit of
all.
incest.
Your wife has just suffered a very traumatic ordeal. Shouldn't you be at home caring for her?
But with all the confusion of the house, with the police investigating and her being attended to by her doctor, I just needed to get away for a bit. Surely you can understand, Mr. Fordham.
There's something off about this guy, Miles.
Yeah, he's
definitely
shifty.
hiding something. And for once, I don't think it's from his wife.
Do you know anything about the circumstances surrounding Madame Dupre's death?
Horrible. Simply horrible.
Do you have any idea why Mr. Martin might have attempted to kill her?
Mr. Martin? You mean the boys they arrested? Andrew said it's because Martin and his mother are witches who prey on the well-to-do. You only need to take one look
I
at
think it
him
was
to
him.
see his trouble. It's a shame they put him away so quickly. I'd have liked to teach him a lesson or two, believe you me.
Yeah, right. A lesson on how to cower in the corner, most likely.
The way he's saying stuff
I
just...
suppose it goes without saying that you enjoy hunting, Mr. Dupre?
Yes, I do. I consider myself something of an outdoorsman, you see. It's nice to be able to go out and get some fresh air after being sat at the bank all
Oh,
day.
yeah, he's a banker.
What about
isn't
your
he?
home life?
Truth be told, I'm not at home as often as I'd like to be. I've
You
been
could be
trying
at
to
home
make
more if you
time,
didn't
but something
come into
usually
the
comes
hunting
up.
lodge.
Business is business, after all.
Yeah, but what business are we talking about here exactly?
You still think it was...
What can you tell me about your stepchildren?
Andrew and Juliet? I see a bright future ahead for both of them.
What's your relationship with them like?
It's fine. Why do you
Oh,
ask?
it's
I got the distinct
fine.
impression from both
God,
of them
I'm
that
fine,
they hardly ever see
Mum.
you.
Well, yes, I suppose that is true. We don't spend much time together.
God, he's so
They're both busy
sassy
with
as well.
school. I don't want to get in their way. Not to mention my job keeps me away from home for considerable periods of time.
Excuses, excuses. I get the feeling Mr. Dupre avoids his family on purpose.
Do you think he's having an affair?
Do you know anything about Madame Dupre trying to get Juliet taken out of her classes at the university?
Ah, yes. Laura didn't approve of her daughter's desire to further her education. So, she sent a letter to the university requesting Juliet's withdrawal. I didn't approve of her trying to meddle in Juliet's affairs. If she wants to study, she should be free to do so.
That's like
I
why
wrote
he's
them a
away
letter
for so
myself,
long, because he's got a
without
secret
Laura's
family.
knowledge, telling them to disregard the previous request for withdrawal.
That's very good of you.
Yes, well, I dislike seeing people being told what they can and can't do by others.
Yet, he seems perfectly willing to
Okay.
employ servants at his home. Well, I suppose we're all hypocrites in one way or another.
I'll be going now.
Au revoir, Mr. Vaudin.
Bill does have a way with words, doesn't he? All right. Let's possibly go talk to the daughter now. With a double life, have a time-consuming hobby like hunting, but what if he's meeting ladies at the hunting lodge?
Hello again, Miss Min.
Hello.
Did your mother try to get you withdrawn from the university?
As a matter of fact, she did. Just another one of the many ways she tried interfering with my life.
What happened, exactly?
Mother wrote the university requesting that I be withdrawn. I found out about it when the enrollment office contacted me. I couldn't believe it at first. I thought it was some sort of mistake, but then they showed me the letter.
I take it you were upset.
More
What if the
than
letter
upset,
wasn't
Mr. Fordham.
written by
I
the
was
mother?
furious. I was trying to make a real life for myself. One that wasn't about dresses or debutante balls or fending off suitors. I'd been given the chance to make something of myself, and Mother was ready to bring it all crashing down, just because she didn't agree with it.
But in the end, you're still here.
Yes, Jean stepped in and fixed everything. He didn't have to do it, but it was very good of him. I'm afraid that was the beginning of the end of my relationship with Mother. We never really managed to fix things after that.
Okay.
No more.
Fordham, are you thinking what I'm thinking? Wait, what am I saying? Of course you are. Madame Dupre has been interfering with Juliet's studies and disapproved of her relationship with Martin. Hence, they're falling out. Plus, the information in Juliet's notes about ethericity, putting animals into a death-like trance, seems awfully suspicious. It's enough to establish both means and motive. That's plenty to consider her a suspect.
Oh, I don't know, lads. I just don't think it was her. So we can accuse. There's still that gardener that I really want to talk to. Yeah, because it's a good excuse for him to be out the house. He's like, oh, I'm at the hunting lodge. Ooh, ooh.
This quack. As amusing.
Nothing else to say.
Amelie?
Yes? What is it? We mustn't be seen talking.
I was wondering if you knew...
Anything you can tell me about Jean?
I hardly ever see him. Only at dinner. He's scared of Madam, and so he finds
Oh.
any reason to get out of the house and stay away as long as he can.
Scared of her?
Oh, it's true. You should see him when they're in private, like a shamed puppy that dirtied the carpet.
Interesting.
Do you have any idea why Jean is so afraid of Madame Dupre?
If he's seen the same things we have, then yes.
What kind of things?
No, I spoke out of turn.
No, tell
Forget
me.
I said anything.
Amelie, listen to me. A potentially innocent man's life is on the line. If I don't find out who attacked Madame Dupre, he's as good as dead. So if there are any facts or details you know that I don't, you need to tell me.
I can't.
You can. I'm not with the police. If Madame Dupre did something wrong, I'm not going to look the other way. Trust me, I'm on your side.
Madam beats the servants. I think she even does it for fun. I hear the screams sometimes. I don't know how anyone else in the family doesn't. Maybe they do and just ignore it. I don't know. But if Mr. Dupre knows what she do, it explains why he's so scared of her.
Did Madame Dupre ever abuse you?
No, I was lucky. but some of the others weren't.
Like who? I need details, Amelie.
The
The
gardener.
old gardener, Guy Dumas, and one of the maids, Celine. I saw Madame going after them the most. Don't know what they did to deserve it, but I would see her walk by in a rage, whip in one hand and a book in the other.
A book? What book?
Oh, I don't know. I can't read, so I don't know what it said on the cover. But it's the same color as the stew spice I always use. Don't know what she used it for, but she
Red?
always had it with her, just before a beating.
Was it red?
Tell me more about Guy and Celine.
They were deeply in love with each other. I used to hear them talk about how they wanted to run away together.
What happened to them?
I don't know. One day they were here, and then one day...
Oh, I hope they ran away
You think
together.
Madame Dupre may have done something to them?
I couldn't say for sure, but I wouldn't be surprised if she had.
No.
Please, let's not talk about this anymore.
Thank you, Amelie. I appreciate your time.
You're welcome. Now please, let me get back to work.
I hope that there is a right answer in this. Like, we will accuse someone. And I hope there's...
Looks like the type of spices you'd use in a stew. Most likely paprika.
Reds and oranges.
Nice variety of...
Reds and oranges. Because that's what I found difficult. So Sherlock Holmes Chapter 1, it lets you accuse who you want to, but then it doesn't matter who you've chosen to accuse. Like, either could just be just as right as the other one, which was really unsatisfying. Because I know it's, like, kind of realistic, you know, if you're a detective, you accuse someone and sometimes you're never going to find out if you were right or not. But I think the satisfaction from, like, mystery novels and mystery games and TV shows is knowing that you found the right person or didn't find the right person. But in Chapter 1, it was like, yeah, you got it right. Yeah, sure. And then I remember we reloaded and we picked somebody else and they were like, yeah, you got it right. Yeah, that was all right. Go on in. It was... Oh, I think it's actually at the door. And it just kind of made it feel like, oh, none of the game really mattered. Like, all of the time that you took sleuthing through stuff didn't really matter because I could have just blindly picked one of them and it would have been... There we go, choice and consequence.
This should be the book Amelie mentioned. Well, what have we here?
Oh my god, that scared me.
A whip. And it has dried blood on it. How ghastly.
This house is just full of secrets, isn't it? That's an old uniform. This must be Matt.
Yeah, I wonder if anyone knows anything. Yeah, I'm wondering if it was maybe the gardener.
Right.
Or maybe the maybe the husband, honestly.
Did you know Guy Dumas?
The old gardener? Sure, I knew him. We didn't talk very much. He was just a servant after all, but he seemed like a nice man. He stopped coming around about 2 months ago. Too bad, really. He did a good job of keeping the gardens looking nice. The new one is alright, but he just doesn't have that special touch Guy did.
Were you familiar with a servant named Celine?
Yes, I believe she was one of the maids. I didn't talk to her very much. Oh, she quit not so long ago.
Okay.
At least I assume she did. I haven't seen her in about 3 months.
3 months and 2 months.
My pleasure.
Okay. Hello.
Amelie?
Yes?
I found this upstairs in Madame Dupre's bedroom. Do you recognize it?
Oh, please take that away, Mr. Fordham. Why would you show it to me?
I don't know,
I didn't think it would upset you.
Miles. Maybe someday you learn how to read basic human emotion.
Thank you, Amelie. I appreciate your time.
Should I not have shown... I'm so sorry.
Let me get back to work.
I just, you know, I'm so used to just showing everyone everything. I'm just so used to getting stuff and showing everyone. Like the amount of people I showed my snotty tissue to in Broken Sword. Just now, Herbold, just now.
This quack has found...
Okay, let's go, Yeah, does this mean anything to you? Sorry, I was just thinking. Oh, we can't go back to the... Oh, we can. We can't go back to our room, though. Hello.
Hello again, Miss.
Hello.
Do you know Guy Dumas?
Yes, he was one of our servants. He used to enjoy reading my books, as well as Andrew's.
When did you see him last?
Just last week. He came by to see me and asked to borrow some books.
Okay, so he's
Do you know
alive.
where I might be able to find him?
Not really. I get the impression that he moves around frequently. But I can tell him you're looking for him next time I see him, if you like.
Please do. Although hopefully I'll be able to find him before then. Were you friends with Celine, the maid?
Yes, I was quite fond of Celine. She was so sweet and interesting to talk to. One day, she just left the house with no explanation. Mother said it was because she had found work elsewhere. I was terribly saddened. I wish I'd had the chance to say goodbye to her, at least. What's your interest in her?
Oh, I was just curious, that's all.
It's suspicious that
No
the
more
mother
questions for now.
said.
Then if you don't mind, I have work to do.
And I was like, yeah, she found work elsewhere. Hmm. Okay, well. Hello.
Oh, Miss.
Can we talk, Mr. Do you fear your wife, Mr. Dupre?
Do I... what?
The question's quite simple. Are you afraid of Madame Dupre?
Why in the easy would you think that?
I'd be afraid of someone who kept a bloody whip in my bedroom. Care to explain that?
I don't.
You don't know her like I do. No one does. Well, no one aside from the servants, I suppose. She's cruel, Mr. Fordham. Crueler than anyone or anything I've ever seen.
Tell me more about Madame Dupre's cruelty.
She treats the servants like animals, Mr. Fordham. She would say the most vile, awful things to them. Things I would expect to hear on the Gascon docks. Not from the lips of a grande dame. And the beatings. Oh, God. The screams I would hear from somewhere in the house. I never dared find out where.
Nobody else ever heard the screaming?
No. She was cunning. She would do it when no one else was around. Once she knew I had heard, she threatened me. Told me she would...
Yes?
Yeah, no wonder he wasn't
Disclose my
home.
secret, Mr. Fordham.
And what secret is that?
Our marriage is one of convenience. It's all for show. Laura has herself a well-to-do husband, and I am a normal man in the eyes of society.
I see. I suppose that would explain a few things.
Well, now, how was that not obvious to you? The soporific is really having a bad effect on you.
Don't worry, Mr. Dupre. Your secret's safe with me.
Thank you, Mr. Fordham.
Oh my god, I don't know who killed this lady. Or tried to kill her. Yeah, I just didn't want to stick Amelie under the bus. She seems
Tell
nice.
me what you know about Guy Dumas and Celine.
Celine had an
Oh, no.
accident.
What kind of accident?
Laura thought Celine had been stealing her silverware. She got a bit carried away with a
Well,
beating and...
It's not an accident,
Dupre
is it?
killed Celine?
Yes, she did.
That's
In
not
order
a
to keep
fucking
it quiet,
accident!
She had Celine placed in our family tomb.
I see. What about Guy?
I don't know. I never saw him again after that.
Well, this case has certainly taken a turn for the sinister.
I'll be going now.
Au revoir, Mr. Fordham.
Accident. Hey, Darth, welcome back. Back. Yeah, he does have a certain Mortimer Goth. I think it's the red coat. Okay, so we're looking for Celine, presumably.
This must be what was going...
I don't see any...
What?
No. Dale Chester, Sarah, James, Desmond, Celine.
Wait a minute. This
Oh!
is Celine, the maid. Somehow a piece of paper got wedged into the side of the vault.
Use tweezers on the paper.
Carefully now.
Oh, Christ.
Got it. Nice work, Fordham. Now to see what this is.
Because I guess that's the only way
Leaving notes for the dead. How very touching.
she will
Wonder
pay
if
for what
anyone
she
has
did
left
to
me
you,
one
my
at
love.
grave.
Quiet, Bill. I need to think. We know
Because
this note
it's
is
the
likely
best
from
way to
Brown.
hide the body, I
Just need to
guess.
figure out where to find him.
Is there anything on the other side of that piece of paper?
Bill, you're a genius.
I wouldn't give me all the credit just yet.
Let's see. A receipt for an extended stay at the Stun Arms. Does that sound familiar at all?
Vaguely. But I can't recall anything off the top of my head.
Looks like we'll have to do a bit more searching.
Okay. Yeah, I guess who would ask a really rich person who who Celine was in their family? Maybe she felt guilty? I'm not saying she did feel guilty, but I don't know. It does seem like it maybe would have just been better to bury her in the grounds.
I wanted to.
Okay.
Guys,
I found
no.
this note in the Chesterton tomb. I think it was left by the person who attacked Madame Dupre.
Nice work. Sounds like you're about ready to wrap things up.
I will be as soon as I find him. Take a look at the other side of it.
Part of a receipt for a hotel?
Yes, but the name is only partially visible at the bottom.
Stun Arms. The only hotel that comes to mind is the Boston Arms in Chumley.
Of course! I knew the name sounded familiar. Ah, the stories I could tell you about that place. Not right now, of course.
You're helpful as always, Upton.
Later.
Thank you.
Good luck, Fordham. I hope you find your suspect.
That's enough about the case for now.
Okay.
That's it.
Then.
She's actually been helpful. There we go. You guys ready?
Who is it?
I'm Miles Fordham, a private investigator. It's extremely important I speak with you, Mr. Dumas.
Private investigator. What do you want?
Just to talk. May I come in?
Yes, I suppose so.
The window looks nice as well. Hang on. You guys want to see?
I found your note in St. Denis Cemetery. Care to explain what it means?
How did you...
I'm a private investigator, Mr. Dumas. That's what I do. Now we can either do this the easy way or the hard way. It's up to you.
I left that note for Celine. I didn't think anyone would ever find it.
So it was you who
Yeah,
attacked
the
Madame
damp
Dupre.
on the ceiling.
Yes. Yes, it was
Okay.
me. I confess.
I can't remember the last time a suspect actually confessed. If only they were all like this.
But please, Mr. Fordham, you have to understand. The woman is evil. If only you knew what she did. Please, don't arrest me, Mr. Fordham. You have to know the truth about Madame Dupre.
Relax, Mr. Dumas. I'm not going to arrest you just yet. I'm perfectly willing to hear your side of the story. Now let's take this nice and slow. What can you tell me about Madame Dupre?
She seemed like a nice woman at first, but after working for her, I came to know how awful she truly was. When no one was around, she would beat me and some of the other servants for fun, say the most cruel things, call us horrible names.
Yeah,
Why
we
didn't
are
just leave?
1844.
She threatened us, told us she would make it impossible for us to get work anywhere else. It's already difficult enough getting a job that doesn't force you to operate those awful machines. To be blacklisted by Madame Dupre would have been the final nail in the coffin.
How did you come to be employed by Madame Dupre?
I used to work in an iron factory in Chumley, but a few years ago, they brought in some steam machines to help production. One of the machines had a problem, and my friend Connor and I were assigned to fix it. We had no idea what we were doing, but we wanted to keep our jobs.
Oh, he had an
I don't know
accident,
what
didn't
happened,
he?
but the next thing I knew, Connor was dead, and I was badly hurt. I swore never to go near one of those machines again. After I got better, I spent a few months looking for work, but it was impossible to find any jobs that didn't involve steam tech. Then I found out about Madame Dupre. Working at her home seemed like an improvement. I had a decent bed to sleep in. The work was not difficult, and I even made friends with her daughter. But Madame Dupre soon showed her true nature.
Tell me about Celine.
Oh, my dear Celine. She was the most beautiful thing I ever saw. We were going to get married, you know.
Oh.
Then that devil killed her. She beat her to death in front of me. I was powerless to do anything. Please, Mr. Fordham, I don't want to remember. Let us speak of something else.
Do you know Albert Martin?
No. Who is that?
He's Juliet's lover, falsely accused of the crime you committed.
I had no idea.
Are you going to let an innocent man die because of what you did?
No, of course not. I suppose things got out of hand. It was not my intention for someone else to take the blame for my actions.
I think if we have to pick someone, we're gonna have to pick him. Because I don't think we can accuse somebody who didn't actually do the crime. And we can't let Albert die. I don't wanna, I don't...
So why did you attack Madame Dupre in the way you did?
I knew that if I went to her home and killed her, I would be caught and thrown in jail. I needed to
No,
find
I
a way
don't
to
think
do
he's
it
lied. I
quietly
think he's
and not
told the
make anyone
truth.
suspicious. Also,
I just don't
wanted
think
her
that we
to
can
suffer
protect him.
for what she did to my Celine. I had read about toxic plants in Juliet's schoolbooks, and I knew a bit about them from working as a gardener. So I decided to poison Dupre and make her appear dead so she could be buried alive and suffer the same way she made us when she would lock us away in her secret room.
Did you say secret room?
Yes, Mr. Fordham. It was no bigger than a coffin. She would place us inside if she was especially mad at us, with no food or water, sometimes for days at a time. We couldn't scream because she would stuff our mouths. She would also plug our ears and cover our faces.
How often did she put you in there?
Only a few times, but that was more than enough. I'd rather not think about it.
So you have no idea where it is?
None. I only remember Madame Dupre would say the same thing any time she was about to put someone in there. A perfect servant must behave. I've told you everything, Mr. Fordham. Are you still going to arrest me?
I haven't quite decided yet, Mr. Dumas. If I can find this secret room, it would be enough to charge Madame Dupre with a crime. However, if you haven't been telling me the truth...
Ooh, yeah!
I swear it.
Let's charge her with a crime!
If you promise me you'll try to find the secret room, I won't leave this hotel.
All right, Dumas. It's a deal.
Well, at least now we can go straight to Upton and have him taken in.
No!
Unless you really do believe him about the secret room.
believe him.
That's all for right now, but I'll be back.
Yes, Mr. Fordham. I'll be here.
Reminds me a bit of Matilda. Maybe I should have looked around his room. It's fine.
This quack has a music.
Hello.
A perfect servant must behave.
And now you'll taste an early grave. Me sofa, Ray. In the middle, see?
He's in the fucking sofa.
So long.
As amusing as...
No? Or is it the fainting couch?
Nothing.
Damn that bird. What the hell was he babbling about?
Sofa. Right. Array. I got it. So far, Ray. Right, so middle C. So far, Do, re, mi. Plus. Ah, sorry.
I wonder why that didn't work. Maybe you should try.
One octave higher. Okay. Me. So far. Ray.
That seems to have done something.
Dear God!
This does not look good. He's dead. You should inform Dr. Fellows about this right away.
It seems Guy was telling the truth after all.
Yes, it would probably be a good idea to let him know of this development.
This is so much more horrifying.
Can we talk?
Go on, I'm...
Who am I letting know? Is it this lady? Okay.
Can we talk?
Go on, I'm...
I think I'm ready to wrap this case up.
Okay, who's your prime suspect?
I mean, what do I say? Unsolvable.
I haven't got anyone. It's all been dead ends.
I'm sorry to hear that. It seems poor Mr. Martin will have to take... Unfortunately...
I wouldn't feel right taking it anyway.
No.
It's all right for...
Oh,
for now.
fuck!
Go.
Lads, I fucked it. No.
Addie.
No.
Addie?
No!
Yes?
No, for this?
No, stop it. Okay, hang on. I'm quitting. Restarting. But it said condemn next to it. I don't want to condemn him. I want to condemn the lady. Hang on, give me a moment, lads. Yeah. No, it doesn't.
Guy?
And
Yes?
I'm not going to condemn anyone else.
I found the secret room you told me about.
You see? I wasn't lying.
No, you certainly weren't. There was someone inside. A man.
No. Who?
I'm not sure, but I can only assume it was one of Madame Dupre's servants.
Was he all right?
I'm afraid not. He was dead. Dr. Fellows confirmed it was due to asphyxiation.
Madame Dupre must have put him in there before I drugged her. And then, with everything that's happened,
Oh, man.
she didn't let him out in time. Oh my God. It's my fault he's dead.
It's
Only I'd
not.
known.
It's not your fault.
Circumstances are quite unfortunate, Mr. Dumas. However, this has shed a new light on Madame Dupre and her cruel practices. I can't say for certain that you were justified in your actions, but I am a bit reluctant to say you were completely at fault. But the bottom fact is that Mr. Martin has been falsely accused of this crime. If I were to let you go, he would be punished in your place. Unless...
Yes?
I'm going to need you to write me a letter, Mr. Dumas.
Of course, Mr. Fordham. Anything to take care of this mess.
Good. Hopefully now this whole grim affair can be brought to an end. That's all for right now.
I wonder what the
but I'll be
letter
back.
says.
Yes, Mr. Fordham. I'll be here.
Can we talk?
Go on.
Hang Hang on.
That's it.
I'm gonna save first and then. In case we fuck up again.
Can we talk?
Can we talk?
I think.
I quit.
I know what the letter says. It says your mom D's nuts, your mom D's nuts, your mom D's nuts, your mom D's
Rufflecopter.
nuts, your mom D's nuts. It's a complicated cipher.
I've got no idea what that means. Thank you, dogs. Is it Morse code? I think we should acquit him. I think he only... You know, the abuse that he received at the hands of her, and then the people that all the people she's killed. I would have condemned him if there wasn't another way out, if that makes sense. Like, I would have, in order to save Albert, I would have condemned him. But I think he really only did this in response to the abuse that he received, and I don't think that he could have gone to the authorities with any evidence. I don't think they would have believed him.
It was Guy Dumas, a former servant at Dupre Manor. He used toxic plants to drug Madame Dupre so she appeared dead, which he learned about from her daughter's schoolbooks.
What was his motive?
That's the thing. I've learned that Madame Dupre is extremely cruel to her servants. She regularly beats them, and even has a secret room no bigger
I
than
think
coffin
in a
where she
way
places
he
them
was
as
probably
punishment.
trying to
I
protect
discovered
other
this
people
secret
from
room.
receiving the same
Found a dead
punishment
servant inside.
that he
He
did.
had died from asphyxiation.
My God.
A few months ago, Madame Dupre beat Guy's lover Celine to death. He wanted revenge, and intended to make Madame Dupre suffer the trauma of being interred alive.
I see.
Constance, I don't think Dumas should be arrested for his crime. He doesn't deserve it. Madame Dupre, however...
Yes, I see what you're saying, and I agree, but what about Mr. Martin?
I got a signed confession from Mr. Dumas. You can see the handwriting matches this note I found in the cemetery.
Okay.
That should be enough to release Mr. Martin, as well as giving Guy a head start in his escape from the city.
It's gonna be tricky getting the department to look into this, but with the proof you've gathered, it should work. Excellent investigating, Fordham. I knew you still had it in you. And of course, I'll dip into the department's Good Samaritan fund to get you proper compensation.
Oh,
for your work.
nice! Thank
For now,
you.
Go home to your wife. I'm sure I'll have something else for you to look into fairly soon.
Good evening. I'm looking for Madame Laura Dupre.
This is Madame Dupre. I am her personal physician, Dr. Fellows.
Why
Can
is
we
she
help
still
you,
sat
officer?
outside?
I'm afraid I must place Madame Dupre under arrest.
What? On what charge?
Several, actually. Manslaughter, domestic violence, murder in the second degree. Shall I go on, or can we continue this at the police station?
He does sound a bit like Oscar.
You won't
He
have to worry
does.
about Madame Dupre anymore.
Hang on.
She'll be in jail for a
Snooze
very
their
long
ass.
time. And Mr. Martin has been released with a full pardon as well.
Thank you, Mr. Fordham. I appreciate your help and your trust.
Think nothing of it, but you'll need to leave town as soon as you can. Have you made plans?
I was thinking of heading south. New Britannia is too cold and dark. I want to find someplace more like my home.
Well, I wish you the best of luck, Mr. Dumas.
Kate Walker.
Addie, I'm home. Addie?
Did you
must
put
let
him
me
in the
out of her
big house?
hairdressing
Did you
kit.
have all the
I'm
evidence
glad
as
we're
well?
alone because I wanted to talk to you about something.
Yes, Bill, I know. I told you I'm doing my best to try and find the flower shop burglar.
No, for once, this isn't about him. This is about you.
I really wanted Madame Dupre to get arrested.
You want to talk about me? What about me?
You can play dumb and deflect all you like with everyone else around you, but it won't work with me. I know exactly what you're thinking, and you know exactly what I'm gonna say.
You want to talk about how we did on this case?
Yes, that's exactly
Right, okay.
Have you already forgotten the old days, Miles? Before I died, we were solving cases like nobody's business. You were one of the best detectives on the force. But ever since you started taking that soporific, your mind hasn't been as sharp as before. If you're serious about taking on more complex cases, you need to listen to Adelaide and stop taking it. It's already had a negative effect on your performance.
What are you talking about? We were able to discover the truth about Madame Dupre.
Yes, but if you were working at your full abilities,
I thought I did that quite quickly.
Much sooner.
I thought I did. Bloody
If I
hell.
stop taking it, you won't let me sleep through the night. Nothing will change.
Well, things would change if you found you know who.
Oh my
thought you
god,
said
I
we weren't gonna talk about
fucking
that right
hate
now.
Bill.
Yeah, well,
I
listen a
hate
lot.
him.
An understatement if ever there was one. Can't you
He
just keep quiet without me
is
having
like,
to take something?
Afraid that,
oh,
old friend. That's just not who I am or how
yeah,
this
like
works.
If
he
you
says,
keep me up
"Oh,
all
stop
night, I'll go
taking
crazy.
the
Things have been hard
drugs
enough
to
as
make
it
you
is.
sleep,
And if,
but I'm
God
not gonna
forbid,
help you
Adelaide
sleep."
were ever to find out about
Hello, Miles. Is there someone else here? I thought I heard you talking just now.
Fantastic. The jig is up. And here I thought we were doing so well, too.
No, I was just going over the case. Thinking aloud, you see.
Ah, of course.
How was your appointment?
Mrs. Lefebvre was her usual bossy and overly picky self, but she gave me a very generous tip.
He
That's
doesn't
good.
want to seem
So I
to be
stopped by the
quiet
shop
so
on
that
the
I
way
can
home
sleep,
and
but he
bought a
doesn't
new
want me
deck
to
of
take
cards.
the drugs.
Excellent.
Hey,
So we
Jeffster.
had a few rounds of écarté? I believe you demanded a rematch last time we played.
Yes, that would be nice.
Well, you certainly managed to dodge that bullet. I only wish I could say the same.
Hi, Jeff. I like your new name. It's like Jester, but Jeb. Welcome back.
And it says here they still don't know what caused that explosion.
I guarantee you it was sabotage. Those Redites have been causing a lot of trouble lately.
Is that the group of anti-steam tech radicals?
The very same.
Why Redites, though?
They're named after some fellow named Jonathan Red. Apparently the one who began the whole anti-steam movement. It's really a rather stupid name, if you ask me. And uncreative, to boot.
I don't know.
Well, what would you
It's
call
to the
them
point.
Something more evocative, like the Boom Boom Boys.
Definitely gets to the point, I'll give you that. Perhaps you'd best stick with the detecting, dearest. Your nomenclature needs a bit of work.
Well, I think it's about time I get ready for bed.
All right, Miles, if you must.
All right. Shall we save here? We'll save here and we'll come back. Let me sleep. Let me sleep, Bill. We'll come back next week with more Lamplight. I hope you guys enjoyed it. If you must. Oh dear. Right, lads. That was a very dark. That was a lot darker than I expected. Like it was a lot more grim than I was expecting it to be.
Nice.
Thank you, Gullux. Thank you. I'm glad you guys enjoyed it. No, thank you for coming. Very much for coming. I will see you on Monday for something, a game. We'll definitely be playing Siberia 2 and Lamplight next week, but I'm not sure what our third game will be. So you'll find out in Discord. It'll be a surprise. Oh, thank you very much for coming, lads. Go on, I'll let you out. You have a wonderful weekend. I'll see you on Monday. Bye-bye. Oh no! I forgot how big this citadel is. It's fucking massive. I'm sure there's some kind of space generation of electricity. But imagine how much this costs to heat. Mass Effect caused the... Oh, keep the citadel in the nebula. Obviously. Or maybe it's the heat from Garrus's hot ass that keeps... Deck him.
What a nasty little asshole. Oh my god, I'm good!
Hey, be careful.